press this record button, and then tell Matt to go.
Well, here we are again. Welcome back. Getting another episode out fairly quickly afterwards. Last session was, in summary, a very simple session, but a lot happened. A lot of choices were made. You all managed to get out of the swamp and started off on one of the mesas. And using a number of the gnarled roots and caves and tunnels and climbing up higher between all of your gear, navigated that instead of the swamp, staying out of that dreaded, nasty place. And for the most part, it was rather uneventful. You saw a few things here and there before coming along and up the tunnel in a mesa near the end of your journey. Climbing up to the top and walking through a particular tunnel that T-Lock had made, or more accurately, expanded himself in his career, you all started to notice noises and voices and sounds that weren't supposed to be here, of all places. Sneaking out ahead to take a view, T-Lock took a stroll into the camp while invisible to see what was going on, and determined there was a number of organization and ex or crazed Night Brother participants and people in this camp. And after a few minutes of snooping around, he came back up to the group, where they were waiting up there and had noticed that this is a camp of, again, the organization members. Some probably ex-Night Brothers, and then they saw Saleeri. While debating what was happening, a cacophonous roar echoed through the cavern, and they were drawn back up to see them pulling in an ancient rancor that the hag that had been met earlier was trying to sway to her side. Quickly coming up with a plan and deciding how to interfere and hopefully use the rancor to cause some chaos and issues in the camp, Billy, T-Lock, and Tenu, all soared across the sky. Well, the cavern ceiling, trying to get as close as they could without being seen, and managed to do so. When arriving, Tenu and T-Lock both jumped and plummeted the 230 feet to the ground, which started off a very interesting chain of events where it was all planned for until T-Lock and Tenu landed, one more graceful. And things started to go wrong, and a three-way fight between a Rancor, the organizations, and our party started up. Using the distraction, Chani freed a properly imprisoned Night Brother, hopefully one that's more sane than the rest. And he proceeded to try and escape while T-Lock, Billy, and Tinu tried to make a stand. The rest of the party coming to assist did not arrive in time, and Billy, in a last-ditch suicide effort to stop something, detonated an enormous amount of explosives. His safety measures kept him from dying, thankfully, with a quick evac. However, T-Lock and Tinu were at ground zero and evaporated, basically. Along with, hopefully, a large mass of the members, causing a cave-in where the party proceeded to try and escape, got to the outside, and barely got away from the mesa collapsing. We will pick back up with everybody who was on a route on one of the other mesas as this finished collapsing. What are you guys doing?
Alright, it's just us four. Correct. Yep. Okay. Probably, dusting myself off from that horrifically, energetic escape.
You do have a lot of dust on you.
Hey, Johnny.
One last reminder before we get that Sorsha at the very end did notice that she didn't feel Slarry die. But we can continue from there. Sorry for interrupting.
Hey, Johnny.
Huh. What?
There was an exit point right near where the explosion went off.
Okay.
I couldn't quite see what was happening aside from the get out the way. caving in and all. Were there more exits around the cave? I didn't look too much before going in.
I didn't really look too much either.
Sorasha, you got a decent one. There was probably 4 or 5 exits throughout the cave that could have been seen.
Think anyone could have made it out of that?
Well, you did, so yes.
Your friend
Yeah.
did. At least I think she did. I didn't feel her die.
Well, it's a good thing I don't have a face. The jaw will be dropping right now. I literally threw that explosive at her. I literally
Yeah,
threw
little
that
beetle
explosive
drops.
a few feet away from her.
Well, unless you feel particularly ready to go in there and try to finish things off, I guess we should probably continue along our path. Probably have to report things now.
So are we just gonna meet up with T-Lock and them later then?
Nima, there's no more T-Lock or Tenu.
I mean, T-Lock can teleport, right?
T-Lock was
Sure, he could have
unconscious.
got it out fine.
T-Lock was unconscious on the ground
Uh,
with a rancor over his body.
he's been in stickier situations. He
And a bag full of bombs.
And all his lightsaber crystals.
And the roof of the cavern.
Is that the second explosion was? Could you just lay the trap and teleport away? He's good at that, right?
Did you and
Right?
he have a lot of conversations that I wasn't... Where's all this, like,
Not
assumed...
particularly. I talked to him about
It's been a
meat
long
science
time in the
couple
med bay.
times.
They spent a long time in a closet together.
You had to go and say it like that. It's just we're kind of on his planet, going to go meet his mother. It's going to be rather awkward if we show up without him.
Yeah, but... How awkward would it be if we turned around and had to go through the swamp again? I don't want to go through the swamp again.
Or hear me out. We could just leave.
That involves going through the swamp again.
I mean, we have less people, so we can just fly.
And the swamp is
Now
going
wait.
to be much more annoying to get through without a guide proper.
Nima, we don't have enough fuel to fly back.
Yeah, we're a few days out, aren't we?
Also,
You're
place
kind
we're
of-
going's in sight.
In range.
It's not far away. We can relocate the ship then, and it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Hopefully.
Hey, Johnny,
Hi.
can you punch into Packet to start making me some new everything?
I will relay the situation, such as it is.
I'm feel
You
a bit
might have a
naked.
hard time getting a signal there.
I'm having difficulty relaying the situation, such as it is.
Middle of
I guess
nowhere.
we'll have to wait till we get to the Night Sisters then.
On the bright side, they've communicated with T-Lock off planet, so they have to have some kind of long distance communication.
What time of day is it?
Later in the it's like afternoonish, I think is what I said. So,
And how far away is where we're going still? From what T-Lock last said?
T-Lock only gave you a direction because he was
Oh,
expecting to meet out. He wasn't expecting to
fair enough.
die, I don't think. So you have a rough direction to head. And you know he said you get there later tonight if you pressed hard.
Well, I reckon we should mosey on then. Hope that one Zabrak fellow made it out okay. He saved me. Looks over into the abyss of
Rocks just
foliage with
as they crawl down and
foliage.
fall on the
Yeah.
sand.
Well, if you feel up to it, you're actually probably the most capable of going over there and checking for him. Just take a couple minutes.
If that's possible, yeah, I'd like to go do that, sure.
If you're not too damaged.
This body seems fine.
Okay.
Yeah. If DM allows, I will go check down there.
Yeah, no, you're allowed to go down and check. It'll take a little bit because that's a distance. Make a perception check as you are flying down around the area. You're gonna have to head off and down into the mists again, probably.
Let's use these dice. I haven't used these one in a while. And my perception is still the same, correct?
Your mental stats were not influenced.
Alrighty, so plus 7, 19.
All right.
I'll call out for him while it's looking.
During your flying down and searching, you're getting close to the cliffs because you got to start near the end, of course, and you have a little bit of difficulty trying to dodge some falling debris and rock. You know, let's make it fun. You're trying to get close to take a look. Make a dex save.
Hits him with a
Let's see if we
rock.
can take Billy out. Let's take Billy out.
9.
Hits him with a rock.
Did you roll with advantage?
Yes.
That was a DC 10, just so you know.
Kills the beetle.
Well, I rolled a 5 and I have plus 4.
So it was just a funny thing.
The other one was a natural 1, so a 5 is better.
Excellent.
You
Fucking
take.
hell.
I'm glad you've been using yourself to repair yourself. You take 13 points of damage. You just like sitting there hollering out, and just as you look up, and you just start spinning out of control for a minute as a rock pings off.
Ah, yes. If I hadn't have repaired myself, you're at 13. Okay.
Yeah. But
Oh, wait. I haven't gotten my maximum health. Wait, did I even do Billy's health upgrade with this situation? Yeah,
that was something. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
as
wait,
you
no,
are,
that was. Yeah.
as you are
Sorry.
sitting there flying around, you get hit by the rock. You spin out of control. But this does help. It points in the right direction as you catch sight for a minute of him. Of what you saw before, the guy you saw before, flickering out of view into the swamps and mist.
I'll go down there and shout for him some. If he doesn't come back, he doesn't come back. I'm not going in there by myself.
Let's see how trusting he is today. That disappeared into the abyss. Shh.
Hey, we might be able to help you, partner.
It doesn't appear immediately. Do what?
Nothing.
He doesn't appear immediately, but after a few moments of it, he does come out from behind a heavier, thicker tree for a moment. It is kind of giving you like that side eye of if he's iffy still,
You are right.
keeping his distance.
You are right to be skeptical. A lot of shit just happened. You kind of saved me back there, so thanks for that. I'm assuming that one of our guys freed you.
He gives a nod and just says was returning the favor.
Well, now, uh,
What are you doing on our planet, droid?
well, we were asked to come help deal with some of those Darksiders in the robes there. We were asked to come help deal with some of them, and part of that their situation. We were on the way to see the Night Mother as requested, but well, that just happened.
Make a persuasion check to see if he's gonna believe you on this, because that's a story right there, buddy.
Persuasion, all +1. 17.
I was not informed of anything. You don't seem to be lying. I can
We're
lead you there, but I cannot promise a audience if she is not expecting you.
Oh, that'd be real helpful, partner. Our previous guide just kind of evaporated.
So T-Lock did not make it out?
He was unconscious and about 20, 30 feet away from the center of that explosion.
Looks you over for a brief moment, just nods and turns and starts walking towards that same mesa the rest of the party had landed on.
Are you just gonna climb back up?
You can't carry me, droid. Look how small you are.
That is fair. Well, I shall go back up and inform them to wait for you here. Second.
He just keeps on going.
Would it be easier for us to come down to you and go this way, or are we going up top?
Go to the top of the mesa, droid.
Just fly up. Hey, Johnny, I got us a new guide.
Thumbs up.
Also seems to know T-Lock.
In a good way or a bad way?
I don't know.
Guess we'll
Might have
find
just
out.
been acquaintance. He'll be a minute. He's got to climb up. He can't fly.
You guys just waiting there?
Yeah.
Alright. You guys wait there after about an hour and a half or so. Way down on the down the mesa cliffside, like a good 400 feet off, you see a Zabrak start to scale out of the mists of the rock.
We wait an hour or
the
so,
rock
you say.
wall.
Excellent.
He's climbing.
Just kind of lean over.
And
You
Okay.
want some help?
stops, looks over to see you guys there. Looks over at Billy and just points up before continuing to climb.
Well, I guess he just wants us to keep going up then.
He did tell you to meet you at the top of the mesa.
Well, oh, I guess he's too prideful to take our help. Or maybe doesn't know about, you guys flying and all.
Okay. Nima, Zorsha, you got this?
Mhm.
Okay, let's just head up.
It's not a check even because the number of grappling hooks and
Flight.
friction gear and flight between the party
I don't know if Nima has any, like, climby stuff.
is the grappling hook.
And he might have that, but he doesn't have, like, the actual
I
grabby
just have
things.
a harpoon reel. That's it.
That's grappling hook.
Yep. So
Basically, so that should be more than enough to get you up to the top without much of an issue here.
Oh, hey, Thaddeus' fan is back.
every time I unmute,
It's good to have one.
Stop muting and unmuting.
But he wants to have his fan. You want him to sit here in the
there
hot?
are noises going on. You could hear me typing if I'm typing.
Thaddeus,
Oh,
just
no.
open a
Immersion.
window. It's supposed to be in the 40s tonight.
I have one
Anyways.
window is behind my computer that I can't reach.
Anyways, you guys get to the top, and at this point, not actually too long after you get to the top, maybe only half an hour, you see him surfacing up a ways down the mesa and start walking towards your group. Forced enough, walking into the midst. There he is. I look around at all of you. Well, let's move. I feel like we should get with there with some expediency.
Lead on.
Okay. He's going to head off and start leading you guys out. I get to make survival checks now.
What's your name, partner?
Placeholder name.
What'd you say?
Placeholder name.
I asked it.
Placeholder name. I'm trying to find. Like I said earlier, see my news disappeared. I'm rapidly flicking through shit as I go to find it.
Zabrak number 85.
Zabrak, yes, Zabrak number 85. Absolutely. They just number their Night Brothers now.
Zarg.
Makes everything easier when they just, die.
I mean,
His name was Kura. You'll just say that he's just Kura as he's walking.
Really?
He doesn't give back much. He's not much of a social person. You get the feeling. He's beat to hell and back, and leading with some confidence. I will have to ask as he starts to lead you down across the mesa and across another bit of routes down back lower, but not into the swamps, on like a piece of land in the middle of it. You almost wouldn't have seen it just because of the mist and everything. If you're flying overhead, it would have been gone. But as he leads you over there, down the other side, and across this flats, down towards the bottom base of another tall, towering piece of canyon area. And everybody to start making con saves because this is a long day as you're pushing into the night.
Does that include
Billy, you don't count because you're a droid.
All right.
I have so much gear, but I'm so not fit.
You're what?
So much gear, but so not fit. God damn it, Dice.
I mean, you're carrying a lot of gear, so...
Yeah, but
tires, yeah.
all the weight is the mechanical suit. It's like Iron
is
Man
helping out a lot.
complaining about fucking carrying a parcel. He's not lifting shit.
Put your back into it. I think you mean my suit into it.
I got an 8.
Okay.
Nima has
Sorsha
22.
and Nima. You got a what there? Nima?
22.
22. I think it's safe to say you passed. You're all right. Boot camp and training has helped you out a little bit here. I'm just going to say, yeah, Chani, you have a level of exhaustion. You are tired.
What
5.
5. Sorsha also has a level of exhaustion
Just
as
lazily
the
floating
adrenaline from the
around
situation.
5 feet off the fucking ground. Oh man, I can't deal with this anymore.
As the adrenaline wears off and begins to take a toll on your body after everything.
I think it's because Billy's not carrying her anymore.
I mean, it might be.
She hasn't walked a step this entire time.
Sorsha, you have a 21 passive perception.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you guys are getting closer to the base of this canyon, at one point you do notice up part of the way, the cliffside, almost in an alcove. It's very hard to see. You notice a person in a sentinel uniform.
Hmm.
But
Ugh, Billy, do you see that?
yeah,
Give me a point. Point out where you're looking. I don't know what you're talking about.
Points in direction.
just
Accurate.
barely. But just barely. The uniform helps them stick into this a little bit, but just barely notice a sentinel outfit.
Well, that's a bit curious.
It really is.
You guys do know that you guys were informed that they were sending people here to help.
I guess the backup got here before we finished our little test thing.
I think we finished the test.
I think. Well, we finished the test when we get there.
All right. Well, he's gonna lead you down in, and at the base of it, there is a smaller cave entrance. It seems like it starts as a tunnel. He starts to lead you down, and as you get farther down and in this, you come to a large gateway doorway. As you approach, you guys see it start to open and creak, and near the door, you see 2 stationed Sentinel members. It seems like they were opening the door for you guys.
You know, it feels weird if we got tested and a lot of other people didn't.
That'd be a little unfair, honestly.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry
You're
about
gonna
that.
hear. Sorry, you're gonna hear from Kura, persons of interest, if your story's true. And as the gates open, you guys lead in. You are now in another large cavernous area. The heading down, it starts to sink down a set of stairways, heading farther below. Water spread out all across this with inlets and islands almost of stone with carved buildings. A more a light passing through it from simple illuminations. Simple, like basically, what's the term? Lights. I don't know the term for the Star Wars LED equivalents or whatever. Just lights, keeping things lit as they do. I am rambling. Let's go. A number of carved buildings. Some of them are shorter, squatter, only like maybe a story or 2. But towards the central, you have a large circular one that's tiered almost as it's climbing higher. And there's just people milling around right now. Although as you guys pass, you see one of the sentinels put down a communicator, like they just finished talking or something. And one of them will step forward and just say, the head commander on site is waiting for you, along with the matriarch of the all. You're a bit later than we all expected, considering, well,
You probably heard what just happened.
we noticed something going on off in the distance, but have not went to check yet.
Yeah.
At least the scouts reported.
If you send too many scouts, they might not report back with the target that's over there.
That sounds like business for the commander.
Yep, we'll tell.
And gesture down. As you guys start walking down near one of the smaller buildings towards the central area, though, see a bit of hustle and bustle of ex-soldiers and activities starting up, and walking out of it with people flanking around and getting waved off of basically the concept we're in cover. You see walking out a very familiar to Chani and Sorsha. It's scary to say familiar to everybody, but I keep forgetting people die. But walking out from Chani and Sorsha, you see a very familiar to Gruten lady from back on Cloud City. This was Shola Hill. She was in charge back when you guys were at dealing with the bombs and the small group and kidnapping of Mroth.
I was sitting there going, but what's their name? And then you said something completely unpronounceable. And I went, that's why.
Shola Hill. It's not hard to pronounce.
It's fine, we won't remember it.
No, you won't.
Yeah.
I know people don't remember names.
We're just gonna call her the tiger lady.
No,
Ah.
she's not with the tiger people.
No.
She's not a
Gruten's like
Tigurian.
the people with the headdress that comes
I
dripping
know.
down. Okay. Okay. But approaching you from all of them as you guys are coming down, just looks between the group of you, and you seem to be short a good few members here. Just say, that's a bad voice for her. Holy shit. You seem to be short a few members, it seems.
You could
I
say
feel like
that.
we need to move this
I
to
imagine.
the debrief.
Yeah. Real quick though, I should probably contact my ship, have it move over here, and if anybody feels
We
like it, they
can-
can go run escort.
Communicators will be back here near where we're going anyways.
Yeah.
Why don't you follow along? Leads you down, walk across a number of walkways. You see some basically cave fish in the water, like very pale, but still swimming in the water nonetheless. As you guys are walking between these, kind of gives you that feeling like a giant koi pond almost. But she leads you in and gestures as you walk in off to one of the quarter rooms. It's very glaring against this hard stone and carved architecture is the futuristic communicator equipment. She's gonna gesture over and says, "Get a hold of your ship, so we don't have any interruptions for what we need to discuss." It seems.
Johnny's gonna go over there, get into contact, say coordinates. Blah blah blah.
Okay. Just give coordinates, and here you come here.
Yep.
And she'll stop and wait, and you'll send them to. She'll give you a different set of one of it's where we're hiding, or setting our cruisers out of the way.
Correction. This location. And there's also
If you haven't
some
noticed,
news.
this ain't.
Go on.
If you notice, this isn't exactly the ideal spot to land something of that level.
Correction. This location. There's also some additional news to be informed of later. Whomever's there, go ahead and begin production on a new, full-scale Billy Buddy. Yeah, it's fun. Okay.
In your visor, another thumbs up pops up in your visor specifically.
Yep.
Don't even have to roll because Packet has the schematics to build Billy. Leads you guys all into a room. Would you guys refresh drinks, water, or anything of the sort? You seem a little haggard.
Now, when you say refreshments, is it some weird, like, local delicacy, or...
I think you're
I
purified
don't
bomb water.
have anything. We have small portable like rations and the like for the moment.
The manufactured stuff that keeps for years. Yeah, that'll be fine.
A bit more. A number of drink mixes and the like. It's very nice, very tasty. You find one that's bit stops yourself from getting distracted. We'll send them for some. She sends on the computer, says, I've sent for some, they'll be here in a few minutes. Looks around. Where would you like to start on this? As this seems to be a story.
Alright, is our guide still with us? Because they were there and should probably be included
Looking
in the
around?
debrief when
No.
we... Alright,
I
cool.
say, looking around? No, they just fucked off. I
They
think
don't.
only Sorsha really noticed them fucking off.
They don't have
They went
pertinent
straight
information.
towards the main big center pillar.
You'll probably want to talk with Kurrat as well there.
I think he might be long gone, Billy.
I meant later. He might need to decompress some.
Or he's just trying to get the heck out of Dodge.
I don't know. He was captured. They could have done things to him. That being said, Solari was over there, one of the generals of the organization, and a lot of people in that cave-in that just occurred over yonder.
And Scots had reported activity of some kind, but we hadn't yet to get anybody over there to see what was happening. Dealing with another issue at the time.
Yeah,
I'd like to elaborate on what you mean by there is a group of people in Solari over there.
they had a lot of people in Solari over there. They had what looked like the Night Brother fellows. Some of them tied up, and some of them sort of like a slave labor type situation.
To note, it was explicitly the one guy tied up, and the rest were just part of the camp.
Oh, I thought they were. I thought they were more tied up.
No, it was literally just the one guy tied up right now.
Okay. Yeah, they had some kind of Night Brother camp over there. Don't know the details on that, but yeah, a lot of the Darksiders. They had a Rancor. There was some Swamp Hag and Solari.
And how does the discovery of a camp lead to what the reports show is top of a Mesagon?
You never saw You never saw my old body, did you?
I'm well aware of what your body looked like. We were forwarded details of who would be arriving.
All right. Now think of how many explosives I could carry like that.
So you decided to detonate plant explosives, leave, and detonate the cave.
No.
To continue.
It was more like about half of our team was down and out with a Rancor, Solari, and a Witch.
You know,
Whatever the-
I'm going to stop you real quick. I'm going to stop this here. You seem to be jumping around between a lot of events and random points. Would you like to start from the beginning and tell me what happened? Because that's still not coming out to view.
One moment before the summarization happens, I have a case of the giggles. Because here's Billy, delivering everything, completely, correctly, and informally. As a tiny beetle. Probably like either
Yes.
on the floor or on a chair.
I know.
I feel,
Matt's trying hard not to giggle.
I feel
She's
like I'm
trying hard not to giggle.
I feel like I'm on the desk.
I assumed you were on the table.
Like little emotes that they're trying to do. Just
I'm
beetle form.
They're trying to maintain some posture of professionalism. It doesn't take any role to know that this is obviously a very hard situation to process right now. It is trying not to laugh at Billy
All right.
specifically.
I bought you a couple seconds for your summarization.
Okay, so you know the trial they were having us do, right? Go from point A to point B through the swamp and whatnot. Yes.
I was unaware of a trial, but I was aware you'd be arriving at some point.
Yes, I think they were just doing a test for T-Lock to fuck with him. he's already been through it before, so he was guiding us through here. And we came across the Darksiders, at which point we had originally planned to free the rank. Wait, no. One other eventful thing was T-Lock made some kind of deal with the witch to find something.
What deal and what were they looking for?
Where is it on my notes, the name of that thing? Did I accidentally delete that? What was it? The Looker, the Watcher, the Seeker?
The sleeper.
Did you delete your notes?
I had to delete so much because my inventory expanded off of the
Are you
inventory
typing
list.
your notes on your Mythweaver sheet?
I write little bullet points on there, which those bullet points include a lot of things like names, as names and little details for that, which I could have swore I had that on there.
I'll give you a break here. It was the sleeper that they were looking for.
The Sleeper, there we go. I'd say that was only a few days ago when that happened. Yeah. Some kind of deal looking for the Sleeper to find it. Don't know what that is, but it was to secure our passage through the area. And then we were still attacked by Night Brothers anyways.
Was it Night Brothers or was it some of these exiles we were informed of? There's a number of them running around the swamps. We've had a few encounters and dealings.
Probably exiles. I do not know the difference between them at the moment, but they seemed savage and insane. However, as T-Lock described, that's most of the Night Brothers. If you want to correct that, please do so.
No, continue there. Well, they can be a bit prickly.
Yeah. But not much of occurrence between the two major incidents are him making the deal with that hag, and then us coming up there to where the collapse happened, and the dugout cave where we found the Darksiders at, which we were gonna try and free a Rancor, but that plan went to shit.
So you're
Eh,
attempting to let loose a beast upon their camp. That ended with all of you destroying part of a mess up. Just
yes.
trying to get this straight.
Well, two of our guys had ridden with me, and one of them was gonna go down there and free the Rancor, and then get the hell out of there. And I figured we were gonna be providing cover fire from the top, because I was just flying along the cavern roof. And you ever see what happens when someone falls over 200 feet and hits the rocks below? Because that happened.
So they fell.
T-Lock freed the Rancor, but the witch did something to it with the Force, it looked like, so it took control of it. It was acting funny-like. And then it proceeded to start attacking us. It attacked both sides, but then she did something and it started attacking us. Solari was currently in the middle of punching my chassis in. T-Lock was unconscious on the ground bleeding. Tinu had, I'm going to assume, most of his bones broken and unconscious on the ground after being electrocuted after falling that height. And I have no idea where the rest of the party was, as I could not see them at the moment and was being punched in heavily by Solari again. At which point I figured, okay, they're gonna die. I can't save them. Time to kill everything around me within a radius. And
And
so I
you proceeded to.
throw all my explosives and detonate them.
She's gonna take a moment, and then she's gonna look at the three normal people and the three people in the room with you, like you three there, with the eyes just pleading, like, is this for real? Is the look you're kind of getting?
I'm
Like,
going
is this
to
droid
assume
malfunctioning?
that you weren't made aware of the group you were supposed to be meeting. It kind of happens.
It
You
kind of happens
understand?
everywhere we go.
So
You didn't read my file,
you
did
might have access to your file, Belly. Your thing is mostly blocked and blacked out for us. Was made
you?
aware of who was coming, and that was it.
I guess they left it a surprise for you then.
So, just to cover this, you destroyed your body, killed somebody under contract for us, and killed one of the Knight brothers of this place in a suicide attempt.
And a hag, and probably most of their organization that was there, a lot of the renegades, and stopped whatever they were doing.
That is useful, but you still actively killed both a member of contracted by us and one of the people we were supposed to be protecting.
I understand that. However, situation dictated they were going to die anyways.
We cannot promise how that'll appear when the report is sent in. Where were the rest of you then at the time?
At the escape area, waiting for them to return.
Make a deception check.
Yeah, you're right. We traveled a little bit further to try to get one out, but realistically. Yeah, what's the bonus? Don't refuse to open my website. Alright. Deception, you say?
Yeah, because you went into the camp.
25.
There were close to 100 occupants running around down there.
Okay.
We went in exactly far enough to go, okay, we can't make it.
Yeah. But you went in, you started doing stuff, so still a lie. Just gonna look at the rest of you. And afterwards, anything left on their way on the events?
Things went boom. We made sure the guy who came in with us got out alongside us, because he was trapped there too, and blah.
He saved me
And,
from the box.
and then Billy's beetle body came flying in.
Also, when did you make this?
Whenever we made the replacement body.
I remember
You ran
being
around in that.
I remember being in it one time. I thought I was done with this.
No,
I
that's
had my
your
old
core
back.
now. It gives you a significantly increased survivability rate.
I noticed.
It also technically makes you modular. So, like, if anybody ever built a giant metal body, you can just plug yourself in.
Were there any evidence remaining
That's
on the
an
way
idea.
back?
A
way
source
here.
just. I missed what, Matt?
I said any remaining events after the encampment between there and here.
No. Kurrat, that Zabrak fellow, just guided us back over here, and
Are you calling him Kurat?
I thought that's what you said.
Kura.
Oh, Kura. I thought there was a T. I thought there was a T at the end of it.
No. No.
Yeah, that there Kura fellow guided us over here. He was, I don't know what they were doing with him, but he was tied up. Who freed him?
Hi.
Did he just wiggle his way out?
Nah, I took a shot at his restraints because you guys were making a distraction.
But yeah, he might be
And
able to tell you on there some, maybe.
she'll hit another button to click off the recording.
Look, if you want, you can access my data logs for a full recollection of what happened.
More worrying to see how this will fall, how this will process. With both the higher ups and with the others here. Because believe it or not, even if it was in an already dying situation, it's frowned upon to kill other members of assigned to your squad and unit.
Yes, and I will take responsibility, that is, and punishment that is given out.
And then
But, oh, go ahead.
we have to deal with the Night Mother here for her now dead and gone. Very highly spoken of tool, unfortunately.
She knew the risk of sending him down there. And once again, I will take responsibility as the one who caused the explosion that killed you.
Well, hopefully she's in the logical type today. Do you need anything we can do? Because, as I mentioned up at the gate, we'll have to proceed to her very shortly. Now that
How
you've
should
arrived.
we refer to her?
Matriarch Night Mother seems to be the term of deferment that most people are using, or that she has having most people use. But if you have nothing else, you should head that way. You should probably make it sound a little bit better than I decided to suicide us to her.
I am a droid that is designed for high combat, explosions, and murder. You should let someone else with a better vocabulary and
I was referring to the group as a whole.
Well, the
As
issue is
this
he
will
was the
probably
only
be.
one that really was down there.
And now all of you know what happened. I suggest making a bit better of a presentation and description.
I do
Might
not
not go the
intend to lie.
best. Let's go look over at Nima. And I'll make a suggestion to you. Don't speak unless asked a question here. It might end badly.
I believe
We've already
you're
had to break up a
aware of
few
that.
spats and problems between the few male members here and these sisters.
Thank you for your advice. I'll make sure to keep it in mind.
But let us head that way. And she'll pick up and gesture for you guys to follow. And to lead you back outside. Back down along some of the more, like I said, winding pathways that were there towards that center building that's a lot taller. Getting closer, this is probably a 6 or 7 story structure total. The top floor is like it's tiered, pyramided. Like each floor up is just a little bit of a little bit smaller. I'm not sure what to call this one. I'm not sure what the official term is for architecture. But like I said, tiered, getting smaller. Leading you up to the main building through the doors, you notice inside, it's a very reminiscent of those. It's carved architectural, the arcs. Very simple still, though. Nothing like extremely extravagant or what you guys would be used to, because probably carved with simpler tools. The lighting inside, again, keeping things dim but not impassable. She'll lead you into a larger room on the first floor with a long stretched table chairs lining up the side, and at the end of it is one higher set chair, almost again like a throne at the top of a not the top of a dais. That's not the term. A throne at the head of the table. Down a number of the seats, like and a few of the seats near the end around the throne, and standing behind her are a number of heavily robed, paler faced, tattooed individuals you recognize as what would probably be Night Sisters, and sitting on this throne with a tall headdress, paler face, very what's the term? Almost bitter impassiveness, just sitting as her expression. Heavily robed individual, you can see is probably the Night Mother. And as you guys walk into this room to get shuffled in, we're gonna take a pause on this and shuffle somewhere else. To
Wherever
a
this camera
bar.
goes, it's constantly shuffling the entire way.
Just the whole time, you just hear like the feet scooting.
This will provoke a seizure.
Don't listen for too long. This has been used as a form of torture. But we're going to shift on over to a very different atmosphere from this meeting with a higher-ranking official to a bar, kind of dingy. Nothing too bad. But a lot of people are yelling, crowding, cheering, very heavily intoxicated people all gathered around, placing bets and cheering on a very interesting individual bucking another. Medina, would you like to describe your character for everybody to see?
Alright. In total, his height is 7 feet 5 inches. He has some fairly long horns. They're translucent. Weight's pushing about 650. His mane is about an amber red. He has sky blue eyes, and his coat is auburn brown, auburn red as well. But he's what happens if you mix Hunter Man Randy Savage, the Ultimate Warrior, with a horse. That's the best way to describe it.
As you're sitting here bucking, you have a older gentle individual, gray and white hair, has the one hand on the back right there towards the base of it with the other flying. As this was an odd bet that came about. This is a small town. You know this individual. He was one of the farmers of the land that you helped out, in particular, with the raids in the area. And in the celebration, the bet came up that you would buck. He used to do this. You could buck almost anyone, and he accepted the challenge. So here we are, running into the middle of this. All this going down. How would you like to proceed with this? As he's being a stubborn old man. He's holding on tight.
Just bucking regularly on the ground, or
You're still on your feet, just trying to toss him, almost like a wild horse tossing.
Alright, we're gonna jump a little bit higher and come down a lot faster.
All right, make an athletics check.
Alright, give me 1 second. I was making a sandwich. Not for me.
All right, I have his. Whenever you are ready with yours. Just the hooting and hollering, bets playing back and forth. It's overall a good, jovial atmosphere. People are happy that you pretty well solved a lot of the issue. A number of raiders and bandits were dealt with that had been plaguing this town for a while.
Okay. Grab my dice now. Okay. That's going to be a 24.
24. You come up, you jump, just grabbing with all the muscles, high up in the air, and slam down a rocking cam. And he like gets air when you go up. Like when you start to come down, he doesn't come down as fast, and he just watch him go boom really hard. But instead of just landing as awkward as that sounds like it, he shifts to the side and takes it to like the inner side of the thigh, and he's still on there. You shook him a bit there, but he's still on there.
I'm going to spin immediately around and stomp.
Make another jack. Let's see if you can toss him. You have won one check so far versus him. Ooh,
That is a dirty 20.
that's a dirty 20. Spin around and stomp, and you start to sling this man, and he's almost sideways on you now, barely holding on, like halfway on the edge, almost like you've seen people. Everybody's seen the movie where they cut the saddle and it starts to slide over. But he's just barely on. That's 2 successes versus his 2 failures now.
All right, time to charge forward and immediately stop and turn.
Oh, you're gonna sling this man, aren't you? Oh boy.
Yep.
Okay, what's your check?
18.
18. He rolled a 15. So as you start rushing forwards towards the crowd, you see a lot of people start freaking out, going, "Oh shit, shit, shit," and try to jump out of the way as you hit your feet down, pivot, and use all your momentum to sling him, and he flies across into it, hits a table, rolls over it, and into the next set of chairs. But it gets real quiet for a minute before it all just explodes again, and bets and money starts getting handed back and forth, back and forth.
I'm gonna walk over to him. If he needs a hand up, I'm gonna pick him up.
He'll take it, and he's laughing just to. I
I'm gonna raise
haven't
his
done
hand
that
in
in
the air.
ages.
I think that was better. I think that was 8 seconds. What do you think?
I don't think I made it quite there. I think I fell short of it still.
Well, you're not around a regular horse now.
Well, it was a good ride nonetheless. But, like I said, drinks on me tonight then, I guess.
Oh, you're a good sport.
And
I'll buy him.
split it. And we'll step forward a bit there. If you guys start to get a bit heavier, drinking. You're not drinking anything heavy enough out here to really phase you much. But a bit
Okay.
later, maybe a couple hours later into all this, you start to get a call on your communicator.
That's pretty late. I wonder who this is. Oh, answer it.
Answering it. To note, it is loud, rowdy, and noisy in here. So as you answer it, you just immediately hear the feedback on the other side from all this almost, is the ah, what the hell is going on over there?
Rodeo.
Trying to hear, like, it seems kind of like weird, distorted over all the noise.
Having a little powwow, rodeo, and a couple of drinks.
You can hear just the, well, can you try to get somewhere quiet so I don't have to shout over all this?
I could try. I'll see if there's not a party outside. Oh, step outside.
All right. Stepping outside immediately gets a lot more muted. You can still hear it going on inside. The more arid air kind of blowing over everything. And recognize the voice now. You know this voice. It's Holiday's calling you.
Oh. That's a voice I ain't heard in a while.
Well, it's been a minute. I'm wondering if you're still up for answering that favor.
Well, gave him a word, so what's the favor now?
Oh, we got a group got a group of friends and a friend and his accompaniment that might be in some sticky situations here soon. I was gonna try and get you over there to help them out. They seem to be having a wild time of it with what's going on.
Another rowdy bunch.
All the rowdiest.
I guess I'll fit right in, huh?
Well, maybe. You'd be looking for one of my old stomping buddies, one of my old squad. For Billy, you'll probably recognize him when you see him. Just let him know that I sent you along. Might get a bit help out things.
When you say
I'm
old
currently
buddy, I'm
all
guessing
the
that
way over on
means way back. Then, if you're saying old, since you're
way back. But we're over all the way on Dathmere or heading to if you can get that way.
I catch a lot of people around here. Pretty
No
warmed
one's
up to
heading
me.
that way. Let me know. We might be able to swing something through.
I'll check the flight deck. See what I can find.
All right.
Anybody flying away with her? Yeah, enough money.
All right. Well, I do appreciate it. Let me know when you guys get to see what's happening, update of what's happening. They kind of went off a grid and response for a while there. And do take it, I would say be careful. That seems redundant for you at this point.
I'll take the usual.
You get over there, try to keep yourself alive in one piece.
Will do.
All right. And he'll just hang up there. Now, keep in mind, this is a town that you just helped out a lot. There's a lot of grateful people here. You might be able to catch a ride here or on one of the things that one of the pilots taking out soon.
I'm gonna go inside and ask anybody who can fly a ship.
You get one really drunk bastard who tries to stand up and wave a hand and misses placing his foot down and eats it. We have another one who's only kind of been, you've seen him throughout the night, just kind of sipping on the counter, working on a drink. Walks over, says, "Well, we can. I got one I can fly out. I can fly a ship. You needing to hit somewhere?"
I got some work in Dathomir. Might take me there. I'll pay you.
He's, he's just looking at it. It's like, yeah, I think I can do that. We can get you there and see what you get you landed. But not tonight.
I appreciate it.
He's gonna swirl the
Yeah.
drink. Not tonight. We're gonna start that a little bit later in the morning tomorrow.
Oh yeah, it's a party. Go have fun.
But of
I'll
course.
be back. I'll be drinking shortly anyway.
And as you said, you go in, start partying. You finally start to get to your buzz state with this stuff they have. Have a good night of it. Morning comes and you meet him out at the deck, and you'll both depart. Tells you he's gonna have to make a stop along the way because cargo, and then he'll drop you off there.
All right, throwing him old duster.
Okay, you guys take off. But back to a less hospitable situation. You guys are at the end of this table being just looked at and kind of down from the higher chair that she sits on at all of you. Eyes kind of glazing over, like just like not glazing over, like just glancing over everybody present. Appears the news is unfortunately true. Looks over at Chani and Sorsha specifically. So how did Telok die?
I didn't really see, but I'm going to assume it had something to do with either force or a big scary rancor, and then he blew up.
He definitely blew up.
And what led to this explosion that killed him?
I believe he had a really bad idea, acted upon it, and things went poorly.
Yeah, basically.
Expand upon that. What really bad idea? He was by no means our strongest member, but he was not a pushover or a weak link by any
Alright.
means.
We passed by, saw an enemy encampment, along with a big scary rancor, from what I was told, along with somebody trying to coerce it with the Force. 3 of them went over there to try to wake it up, cause a distraction, and then they were supposed to return, and then we all leave. The latter part didn't happen.
Make a persuasion check here.
Okay.
Can I help?
You can give advantage.
Sure. I like rolling more dice whenever I roll dice.
It's always good.
I'm just here on the table.
Cool. Jesus, 28.
28. That's a pretty high number.
It is.
Looks over it all. What can you tell me about the encampment and the individuals that brought these events to
The information
an
shared
unfortunate end?
say that the camp was filled with the evil organization guys, along with, I believe they described it as the same force, hag, whatever you want to call them, that lived in the swamp and was running around with a whole bunch of the more crazy Night Brother guys.
Filth.
Yeah, that, the filth. Now I have a label for them, thank you. And I believe that they also mentioned that another one was one of the bosses of the enemy organization. I think it was the strong, punchy lady.
Billy will sit there and give a nod on the table. Or whatever equivalent he can do.
Like a parrot.
It's just like a nod because you don't really have a joint there. You just kind of like bow the front of your body up and down a little bit.
Does a little beater beans.
Just have a
Exactly.
message pop up on. Just have a message pop up on Chani's screen while she's speaking. I don't know when it's okay to speak at the moment.
And where was this encampment located? Did it have anything to do with the disturbances?
Do you know the
and
mesa that just blew up?
restructuring of our landscape?
Yeah, that one. I would describe more eloquently, but my equipment was kind of not being the most agreeable at that point in time. Probably why they camped there.
So we had an encampment less than a day away from the base.
Okay,
Our home.
if I may interrupt, that means you did not know about it. I am glad. Because if you
Was
sent
unaware
us
of
to
any
walk from
encampment.
here to there, then I would have been very upset.
Was unaware of anything along the way. Your journey, while difficult, should not have involved any tasks such as that. What are the fate of the rank corps and the other two the other two magic users you mentioned?
Well, once everything went Nova, I was focused on getting out of there. I believe Sorsha said that she knows that the punchy lady's not gone.
I'm pretty positive.
But by then it was too late for us to actually go back and even attempt anything. My apologies.
And the other two?
On our party, killed in a blast.
No. The Rancor and the hag you met in the swamp.
Did you get a thing for the hag? Because I think I saw the rancor bits kind of fly upward.
I'm pretty sure that they're both dead.
Nobody saw anything besides the Rancor bits. But unlike what you guys know of Soleri, the hag didn't look as built for durability. So it's a fair assumption that she died. It's honestly surprising Soleri didn't die.
May I add something?
Looks down. Speak, droid.
The hag was severely wounded from many blaster shots before the explosion and collapse. If Sorsha did not sense anything, there is a very high likelihood she is dead.
And how much of the encampment escaped this collapse?
Is she referring to me or the whole group?
So you look back over at Chani and them.
Okay.
If it doesn't point out to one of you guys particularly, assume those two in this situation.
That's what I was kind of leaning towards there.
Didn't have the best visual, like I said. By the time things were really collapsing, we were booking it down a tunnel. Due to the nature of tunnels, there was probably more of a network that probably didn't collapse, but we focused on getting here afterward instead of going through there and clearing.
Well, that is a disturbing bit of news overall. But thankfully, a force dealt with. It is my understanding you all have had dealings with this group to quite the extent. What do you think they'll do next? Curious.
Well, they keep showing up, causing problems, and then getting mad at us whenever we survive. So, they're probably going to get mad at us and try to strike back in some way. Last time, they shot my arm off. It got better.
You get the smallest quirk of an eyebrow for a second before it goes back down. So expect retaliation as before. Though, hopefully with the delay, with the blow you seem to have delivered. Gonna look over particularly at Sorsha now. You are the one who was said to have visions, correct?
Depends.
You were the one I was aiding him in waking.
Huh?
A number of weeks back, I was contacted by T-Lock to attempt to wake you from a slumber you were not awake from.
Ow. Yeah, that happened.
Perhaps you could enlighten us a little bit more.
Probably not.
Perhaps not now. Maybe in a few days. Your brief glimpses could be very useful in this situation.
Can I send Chani another message while she's talking?
I let the first one go because it just slid through there. You don't really have a way of directly communicating with her right now. You're in kind of emergency evac mode.
Fair. I don't know all of my specifics at the moment in terms of what I can and can't do for that kind of stuff.
Johnny's just gonna kind of raise a hand in question.
Speak.
Would you say that you and yours are particularly good at playing with dreams and stuff?
We have a number of practices of the mind, yes.
Okay. So if someone were to, say, have had one that might contain pertinent information, could you allow them to re-access it and maybe view it more fully?
Just gonna sit there and ponder for a moment.
Oh, also the guy we were supposed to be carrying, they got dusted too. Apologies again.
Gives a literally it just gives a basic dismissal hand wave.
Yeah.
Gonna turn back to Sorshirnov. I assume your dreams are the one you wish to recant.
Unless Johnny's having dreams. You having dreams, Johnny?
Not particularly, but I know about at least one of yours that might actually behoove us if we manage to get the full picture of what happened.
She doesn't dream.
General statement, but okay.
XY.
And I do believe we can do something of the sorts. But it will take some time to prepare for. Would you care to share the details of this dream you currently have? You seem to believe it's important or pertinent.
I don't know what dream.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't. I'm stupid. The dream that we saw the Aegis.
The assumed possession one to get a better understanding. Confirm some things.
This is Matt speaking. Are you referring to the one where she watched Aegis in the past
Yes.
go through the swamp into Ziggurat?
Yes.
Okay. Well,
Do you know Aegis? This is very important. If you don't know him, then I don't know how to explain.
I've been informed of the name briefing of him by
He's about
your
yay tall.
sentinels. Yes.
What? Yeah, he's about yay tall, kind of gray looking. Whoa,
Where?
let me finish. It's rude to interrupt.
Then it's
He's
rude to
about-
recant pointless details. We do have a bit of a time. I'm aware of his physical appearance, roughly who he is and what he holds as titles and positions, and a number of capabilities. I'm more interested in this dream you speak of.
Is there a nicer agent I can talk to?
They're all out at the time. This is the robot, friend. Nobody wants the robot.
Who you're going to have to speak to on this. So please share the details of the dream.
Well, if you want me to share the details of the dream, be nice to me. Now, he's about yay tall. Kinda, about this wide. He's grayish. Looks a little rough around the edges. That's agent. Capiche?
I am aware.
So my dream started off
Uh-huh.
in an alley. It was an alley or a street. It was one of those two. Alley or a street. And he was getting beat up, you know? Yeah. And I couldn't stop it. I was just a bystander. I couldn't do
Wait.
anything.
Matt, I'm gonna interrupt his Matt here as DM here. That's a completely different thing. That's when you walked in the mind of the unconscious dude that got evaporated.
Correct.
Is it? I thought that was all ages.
No,
Oh,
What?
that was the guy that was unconscious. You guys took from Rorak 5.
I thought that was the ages dream because it went from that to
You
like
had
him.
Aegis in it, but they were referring to the one you had before that.
Matt, if you have
The
a
one where you
page
dealt
of
with Aegis in the swamp and the Ziggurat.
if you have a page of notes on this, please just let her read it verbatim.
I would let her read the notes. I don't know if she has the notes.
it's been a while. She probably doesn't remember.
You have a lot of faith in my memory, man.
That's why we
I can't
take
even
notes.
remember anything.
That's why we take notes.
Hold on, I'm looking.
While
it's
she's
taken a lot
searching
to
her
read.
memory, Matriarch, if I may, just really quickly. I do apologize for the loss of T-Lock. He had his flaws, certainly, but he was very single-minded and determined to get us here. He did not dishonor you.
So, I didn't write down details about the dream. I just wrote down that he used to be Sentinel, he had a green lightsaber, and he got Shadow Man.
Hey, Matt,
Yeah,
how much restraint has it had for you to not force choke Sorsha at any point?
7.
it's challenging sometimes. Especially when she's trying to yell at a literal clan leader.
I don't respect her.
You will
The
die
leader
if you're
of
not
the planet.
careful.
The leader of the planet. It's fine. Sorsha doesn't respect anyone that's not Chani.
She could kill me, but I still won't respect her.
It doesn't matter at that point. He died bring of use in seeing the removal of enemies of our clan. That is enough.
So let's just assume that all of my dreams have just rolled together into one big dream. In my brain, at least. Honestly, when you made me have this dream, I didn't think I'd have to tell the story 20 times.
This would only make 3.
Yeah.
Not nearly as many as we had to tell about Elam.
The dreams have had to be an important thing, too. Also, more scattered about.
I didn't think they'd be an important thing. I thought they'd just be for funsies.
No.
You
No.
were wrong.
No, when you took a force ability with the dreams, you took a big part of the story involvement.
Oh, you didn't tell me that when I took
That's
it.
why I started describing what was happening with the big bad guy. For funsies.
I summarized it in a way that I understand. If you don't like my note taking, that's your problem. I didn't.
It's not my problem. It's your
It's fine.
problem now.
I'm sorry, but it makes sense to me.
It's fine. They just need a deep brain surgery. So
No, that's fine if it makes sense to you. Now recant the dream to her.
I didn't know that I had to recant the whole thing. I just have crucial details.
Well, then share what you have.
I told you.
It started in an alley.
No, you were muttering it off. As Sorsha, share what you have.
to the Night Mother, the leader of this planet.
This was a dream about Aegis. We already described him. He used to look less gray. I believe he was a sentinel. He had a green lightsaber. I'm too stupid to know what that means. And he got attacked by a giant evil shadow man that I originally wrote down as a spider man. That I was totally wasn't a spider.
Peter Parker came out of nowhere.
It was the Spider Mandalorian.
And that is all.
Chani, you can probably hear some gears whirring. in
I
Billy.
can. During this talk, especially when she mentioned the Sentinel bit, your wife has her gaze harden a tiny bit and it drifted over towards Shola, who is looking mildly up, like had a mild, like brief look of panic at that statement.
They really needed to brief this person a bit better. They need to steel
One of you guys
themselves
might
before
want to
encountering
share
our
that.
group.
I would like to point out you didn't really share that with anybody but a hospitalized person.
No, I meant like just to prepare
No,
themselves
it
for
was
our...
to refer to you just accused the Sentinel bit, I was saying.
Now that part, that's entirely on her.
That's why I was referring to. If you mentioned it was he used to belong to the Sentinels, and her gaze just hardened and drifted over towards Shola, who had that mild look of, oh no.
She's not paid enough to be in this position.
So,
But from the dream, that seems like it was a long time ago. If that's any correlation.
you can see why you wish to relive the dream and re-examine it.
I got a lot of things going on up here. Not a lot of room for memories.
Turns back to Chani at this point. We'll take our steps to bring it about.
Quick.
I am
Just-
more curious, as she turns over to Shola, of his supposed interactions with the Sentinels. Ooh, we'll speak of and be like, this was, Stutters of whatever. This is the first the information has been passed to me, at least. She's looking over at you guys like, that would have been useful to know.
You didn't ask.
How are they supposed to know to ask about your dreams?
And how was I supposed to know to tell them?
I'm sorry.
Communication's key.
I'm sorry, Galaxy Spanning Organization. I was super high at the time, and I trusted
Yeah.
my team for some reason.
That's basically what happened. Oh, shit. But I can assure you it will be looked into now that we are aware of it. Is all I can unfortunately offer at the moment. Just gonna look back to the rest of you. For the moment in time, you are welcome to the village, even if Hilok did not make it back with you as intended. We will assign you a small building and rest and recover from your tasks and prepare for the future ones. We'll need some time to think on events. And she gestures at the wall for a minute, like just like a brief gesture out, and stepping out of the wall is very familiar, Nura, out of one of the side little like cubbies almost. We will show you to your quarters.
Thank you for your patronage.
And she's just waves a hand at him, and he starts to walk over and just, please follow me. As you all go to leave, Shola goes to follow out, and you hear, we have some things to discuss again, it seems. And the doors behind you.
That could have gone better.
Could have gone worse.
Did you remember that the Sentinels didn't have anything, any records of Aegis actually being a part of them? I would have said something, but
Yeah, but at the time, that was not the time to convey it. Sadly, that one we have to just hope that they can do their best.
I'm going to actively hide all allegiances to anything I have on me.
Oh,
that
here, help me.
will
There,
point
I'll,
to
I'll help you burn
allegiances
off that
to
patch.
principles.
You just- yeah.
We may have just made things worse. Well, I'm somehow not accountable here, being held yet. I expect something whenever the Sentinels get a hold of me.
Same. Yeah, no. I have to send a report too. I'll have to send reports.
Yeah, I was gonna contact Sato about some of this as well when we got back in a place of signal.
Probably won't be happy
You
in
know,
any sort of way.
I thought of something here. We have a really weird case of who's in charge. Technically, if they're gonna hold someone responsible for our mess, it's gonna be you, Nima.
Why?
You could argue it was
You're the
T-Lock. You could argue it
Why
pretty
is
easily
T-Lock.
it was T-Lock.
No. I meant in future situations or for stuff in our group. You are the highest ranking Sentinel member amongst us. So you have the responsibility, even though Chani is the one we delegate leadership to, you have a higher authority technically. And T-Lock is dead, so I don't think they'll blame him. If anything, the way it looks at, he gets an honorable death.
Hey, baddies, you feel that
Yeah.
feeling? Feel that feeling you feel right
I feel
now?
like a scapegoat.
No. You feel this feeling right now? Yeah, that too. But you feel this feeling? Get used to it.
Yeah. Please no.
And I don't know how they're gonna rule this on my part, but I have a feeling it's not good.
What are you even supposed to say to them? Hey, Sato. I know you told me to stay safe, but I may have accidentally started a war. Either way, how's your arm? That won't turn out well for anyone.
Ask him about his relays. He'll love that.
Them relays done yet?
Just that the fuck you been doing, man, feeling.
Okay, let's go rest up. Come tomorrow or whenever it is we're all feeling okay, we'll probably talk with other people, get a better idea of what's going on here, and see what we're doing in the next few days.
You arrive at your small location, small little hut. It's not big. It's decent. It's its own building, separate from a lot of it, but it's not huge. It literally has 3 rooms. Get the feeling they kind of just dismissed Billy on this instance.
He lives in the living room, underneath the table, because he's a beetle.
Oh, I thought I was the one that was dismissed.
No, you get the floor.
I could get something.
But we're going to enter the mode of skipping through a little bit of time here. You guys have some time. What would you like to be doing?
Recuperating until it is time to explore the village proper.
That's what I'm saying. We're entering the time skip area of this.
Okay, depending on the time skip portion. What is the time skip portion? Like, what's the scale?
It's going to be at least a few weeks here.
Weeks. Okay, so...
Because you got to rebuild Billy.
Yeah.
Get him back up on his feet.
In that case, it's priority 1. Check in with Packet, get that situated, started. Deal with my own personal thing, which shouldn't take but a couple days at most. And then I'm helping out Nima, and if there's anything else that needs done, or a workshop in the village that's willing to help, take advantage of and or offer my services.
Workshop wise, you're probably best making the short trek to your ship.
Yeah. Well, it depends. Some of the stuff we may not, because if Nima tries to make weird things, or I don't know.
Meat
Yeah.
science.
Hey, Matt.
Yeah.
They gonna do any mental magic stuff there on Sorsha in these 2 weeks?
So that.
In the first 2 weeks, no. It takes time to gather the necessities and get stuff prepared for it.
We grew this mushroom. Eat it.
We grew it specifically for this purpose.
You literally
don't
just
know
came
how
up and
annoying
go-
this was.
You literally just came up out of nowhere and went, "Hey, can we do dream magics?"
We haven't done those since the 60s.
Fuck yeah, puts on 60 Shades.
But what's the projects we're doing specifically? You just kind of have like a generalized assistance thing there. It looked like, sounded like.
Well, you know, I'm putting my dagger on my gun, giving my gun an exit.
That's make your arms tech check. That's not a hard one at all.
All right.
I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Red,
Here.
Okay.
Okie doke, yeah. For arms tech. Is this the dagger one or the other one? Doesn't really matter. Hip-a-doop.
I was doing dagger.
Well, that one's 18.
Oh, that's a good thing, because that is more than enough to mount the dagger.
Yeah.
And then you wanted to, the other one is the elemental effect on the needler, correct?
Yes. Of which the only one I can rationalize is cryo.
Or I was thinking acidic would be the most rationalized one.
Maybe. Would that make it to where it couldn't do poison at all?
No, it can interact with the poison still.
Huh. Well, in that case, that's an element I don't have, so sure. Boop-a-doo. Roll
It's
dice.
effectively a more caustic poison you're introducing to the system.
That's fine by me. 17 plus 13, 30.
Yeah, that is more than enough. It'll add an extra D4 of acid
Alright.
to the shots.
That's fine by
At
me,
its
because that
base.
makes it 2d4 instead of having to mess with a different die category.
Yeah, at its base right now, that is a D4. Maybe improvable along with the future.
Oh, also, I need to give the Needler general improvement to make it +1. I forgot about that.
I will let that count as part of your 30.
Alright, cool.
Alright, brings Nima's the only other, I think is the only other builder project here.
Oh,
Now I might keep you
Oh.
busy.
You said we have a couple of weeks.
Yep.
Is that enough time to prototype a weapon?
Depends on the weapon you want to prototype.
I was looking for something with a, significantly longer range.
For the sake
Do you
of
want to just
everything,
make a sniper rifle?
for the sake of it, you either may want to speak up or increase your knob just a little bit.
Let me increase my knob a little bit. I was messing with it.
Yeah. Stop
There.
messing with your
You
knob
get a
during
fan.
stream.
I should. Probably should. Essentially, I want to create a sniper rifle or something that could hit from a decently long range. Perhaps shoot a little needle, something small. Not very noticeable. The idea is range over all.
Are you talking like a D4 or D6 rifle that shoots 1 billion feet?
Yes.
Make your
At
arms
least I want to
tech check.
start on a prototype.
Make an arms tech check. This will take longer than a standard project since you're wanting to build something from complete new instead of modify something already existing.
Well, obvious question. Am I relatively able to assist with this in any form or facet?
Yeah.
Alright.
The other two wouldn't be too much of your time.
Would you prefer me toss a potent aptitude or an advantage at you and find some other poor soul to maybe be able to help you?
Force the Billy body.
Force the Billy
Billy
to
Beetle.
give me a thing.
Well, a lot of people can do help, but not everybody can, hey, here's extra die.
Well, help in
shit.
something
So
like
we have
this
packet
requires
help.
at least something on
Yeah.
that level.
So let's say potent
Packet
aptitude.
is not available per se
Busy.
right now.
What is it?
Your report an aptitude die?
Yeah. I don't know
I
what.
don't know. I don't know what Johnny's is right now.
Mine is a D8. If you're confirming you want one of those from me.
Yes.
Okay. Take a D8.
D8
Flat roll
All
plus
right.
an extra D8.
plus an extra D8.
So at least a plus 14 on the roll. Up to a plus 21.
39. Yep, 39.
Short answer is yes.
Really?
That's a 19 on the die plus
Jesus.
bonus plus 7 on the D8.
You're fine.
I'm back. What do you roll 39 for?
Making a long range, low caliber rifle.
Excellent. Too bad we don't have those materials for plus oneing.
Too bad.
You do.
It's too bad.
We don't have the materials to make an entire +1U. Good rifle, though, we probably can shop together.
This is making a whole new rifle, getting shit right. This is going to take up a lot of the time, I'm going to say, because it's completely new. It'll be a D6 of damage because 39.
Gross.
Hold on, I'm doing math. We'll like range increments on this thing real quick. Times 4. It'll be 250 and 1,000 for a range increment since you wanted a really long distance one and rolled a 39.
I mean, I'm an arms tech. It's kind of what I'm supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's what I'm
I'll
supposed
have to
to be
revamp
good
the
at.
system just a little bit when I do the next game.
I'll come over to him at some point. Hey, Nima.
Mm.
You made a
Yeah.
real pretty gun there, but why didn't you make it shoot bigger bullets?
Kinetic or energy? Energy would be the easiest.
Kinetic. That way I can potentially modify it later.
Okay. You'll
I
have
had
to
some
start making rounds
modifications in
for it.
mind. I just didn't want to.
Because
put
you
it
went
all
and
out
made
here
a
now.
custom gun, you'll have to start making your ammo at some point.
Yeah, while he's making stuff, just why didn't you make a bigger caliber?
Because a bigger caliber, you have to worry about, bullet drop, weight. I wanted something that could hit from a very, very far range. So we wouldn't
You know
be
what?
essentially useless like before.
You know what hits things really well at a far range? A bigger caliber.
Robert, you're an ass for making him explain mechanic balancing.
A bigger caliber.
Yeah.
How dare you make me explain this? A bigger caliber requires more need for.
I'm going to be nice here. You're
Balancing.
trying to explain
Thank you.
something you have no way of knowing the knowledge of in a world where science is whatever the fuck.
You had the design. You had the designs off of my rifle before, using that caliber, and you made
Your
a
rifle
smaller one.
didn't have this range, did it?
No, I did not.
No,
I believe your
but
rifle was a good, 300 something range. This is
you
more
also
than
didn't.
3 times that.
You also didn't put this much time into it.
It's not that long. I spent longer on Johnny's arm, I think.
Chana's arm is a special case there, and you know that.
Fair enough. True. It's also something I never did before, where this is
Look,
kind of my bread and butter.
you took a handgun caliber. All right.
I'm just gonna step in here. I'm gonna really step in here, Robert. You're trying to make him explain science we have
Oh no
no
no no
way
no.
of understanding.
Oh no, I'm heckling him in character.
That's
not
why
trying-
I'm stepping
Yeah, I know.
in. It's just you're trying to heckle, but
Oh no,
he has literally, as a player, no way of answering this.
No, it's just one of those things where Nima did something, and then went, huh. It's just one of those things of, you took a pistol caliber,
Yeah.
you could have used a rifle caliber.
My pistol does less than this.
I'd like to point out a
This is
D6
a
is still within
significant
some of the rifle calibers.
increase.
Billy's also used to the heavy arms. His so it's one of those things of just like, this is small bullet, why not big bullet?
I know.
Well, when you get around, give him a pat on the back with beetle appendage. When you get around to mine, make something a little bigger. I can
I'll
I can
add
I
some
can take
attachments to it.
I can take the weight and recoil. Attachments, no, put a bigger bullet. I can take the recoil.
This is my weapon. I haven't
Yeah,
started on your weapons yet.
that's what I said. When you get to mine,
Do you want something with this sort of range, or do you want more
I have been asking for
a bigger
something with
caliber?
this kind of range for a while now.
Last I heard, you asked for a flamethrower to mount.
I also
Which
asked for
we're building
something
your
with a
new
couple.
body. We didn't do that now.
I asked for something that could take care of the range between someone such as the one who shot China's arm off, because we need to be able to deal with that kind of range.
Don't really have anything that can reach such a range yet.
But you
Unfortunately,
can try and make something.
I've never made anything like this. I don't know what his thing is because I'm not allowed to see his blueprints.
All right,
They're
all
kind of
right,
classified.
that's fair. But hear me out. Take this, and I don't know the mechanics behind it, so I'm just gonna make an assumption here. Take this and scale it up a little bit. I can carry a lot of weight. Make it bigger. Make it fire something bigger. Give it a longer barrel. Make it where it can contain more boom, and fire a bigger shell.
Take this, make it completely different.
Take this, make it bigger, fire bigger round.
You just want to, chip cannon launcher thing. I can give you that. Maybe. I need to scale it down a little bit. But it's possible.
In fairness, one of them's telling him to scale something up. If he scales something else down, it's exactly the same.
Yeah.
Scale something bigger, like much bigger, down a little bit. It's pretty much the same thing. They'll give you a lot more range with a much, much bigger caliber. You just have to deal with the recoil.
I just thought of something.
Shoot.
We've had the packet ship around a lot, right? We've had our ship on command within pretty close, right? A lot of situations.
Yeah.
If we get something again like this and we're not in a populated city, we really need to tell Chani to just call in an orbital strike or flyby.
That was on my docket. That was on my list of things to potentially look at. I
I'm
just need
tired of
to
dealing.
look into the ethics of such a thing.
That's what I'm saying. If we're in a more, abandoned place, not like city, that's going to be a real problem.
A
No,
city, a space
we meet on
station, a planet
we
that we
we meet
don't own.
look we meet on some kind of jungle planet again, or a desert, or
Nima,
mostly uninhabited
Nima,
place.
you're
Yes.
pretty sure that violates a number of treaties and laws.
Yeah. That's why I need to look into the ethics of it. I'm giving a generalized excuse so that I don't have to build such a thing. Yet.
Well, I'll leave you back to it.
How's your body coming?
Never mind.
Ah, no, go
Yeah,
ahead. You're going to do something.
packet's about done.
All right. Going to progress time forward a little bit. Towards the end of that 2 weeks, packet does get you your body back. It is no longer the +1 armored setup that you had. Just because the material's on hand, you are effectively returned back to where you were.
Packet kept the insect out of it?
What?
Packet kept the insect out of it?
Packet took the blueprints that were made from when him and
I
Santo
just
did it.
copy-pasted. That's okay.
Seemed one of those situations where he'd rather have a consistency than inventiveness.
Yes,
But
but wings.
well, you have that. You're getting used to that. We're gonna flip a couple thousand miles up. Hold
Consume tight.
on. Woo! Sneeze a suck.
Cue Hulk Hogan music as a dropship comes in.
Damn. Sneezing really sucks. Rounds me up a little bit. Okay. Here is the name. Sorry, new name. I'm getting the name right. Valier. Valier. You are sleeping when you hear, hey, we're getting close to where we're going. I want to start getting up and taking off.
I'm gonna get up, stand
Did
around,
you,
shake my legs. Oh, it's been going on this whole time. But I sent you. That's what you're gonna
No,
ask.
it's fine. No, I wasn't gonna ask that. Oh, or what you sent me. So,
Because then I was gonna be like 2 weeks. I'm gonna be
uh,
using that
yeah.
every day until we get here.
Okay. Well, we're getting close to it. Thought I'd wake you up, start shaking off. Getting ready for descent, and you see off and ahead of you, very heavy, red, misted atmosphere of a planet. Not a welcoming sight. As you're looking over this, I would like you to make a perception check.
Okay. 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 The other one woke up. She wasn't happy.
Hmm.
You said perception check.
Yep.
All right. Only one.
You notice off, just getting glances and glints as you're looking out the cockpit over here. It's not a big ship for passenger areas. It's decently sized for cargo and such. You notice a few ships off in the distance that also seem to be heading to Dathomir. As you guys proceed forward, one of them starts breaking off towards you.
Any reason that ship's coming towards us?
I didn't wave him for anything. Haven't waved me for anything.
Any way to get comms with them?
We can try, and he sends through, and no reply from it, and they're getting closer and closer. And then,
I'm calling up Holiday and letting them know what's going on.
I was gonna say, as you're opening up the call, you watch as it, and the ship rocks as it opens fire. This is one of two ships, by the way. And the whole saddle starts rocking hard. And he starts going through a number of things. Like, oh shit, here we go. Now, I don't know if you know this, but we are not. He's flicking through a number. You're still up in space, entering towards the atmosphere. He's sitting there going, we are not made for combat. This is a cargo ship, as he's going through, hitting buttons, hitting switches.
How good is the ship at evasion? Because we're gonna fucking need it.
Evasion? No, it's a cargo ship, and he's going through a number of slips, hitting it, and pulling it in. A second one, and it starts rattling hard again.
Yeah, any drop pods or
And
anything?
you start going from normal to And he starts hitting more, trying to pull up on it. It's like, we don't have drop pods. This is a cargo ship. He starts to get like a bit more rude with the panic of it going down.
All the other ships get counted any ship within range. We're gonna need help. I'm gonna do the same if I can.
All right, make a technology check.
Oh, what is underneath?
If you do not have proficiency in it, it is just an intelligence.
Oh, yeah, it's lower. But I got a +1 in intelligence.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That's a 15. Oh, it's a gray area.
15. You start waylaying for comms, and he's a little busy trying to get the ship back under control, but you do make contact, actually opening up. You just hear over the line, this is Sentinel ship, rattles off a number because Matt doesn't have a number for it. I didn't expect that part for some reason.
Oh, great.
What's the situation?
Okay, I'm on prayer Sentinel. We're getting attacked. I'm on a cargo ship.
Bishop, can you give your location as you guys are going down still at an unhealthy speed?
Over Dathomir, going down towards Dathomir really fucking quick. We ain't got too many shots left. Got no weapons. Got no drop pods.
And you rock again, and you go from a rough thunk to you're plummeting down rapidly.
We just lose an engine.
Oh, we're going down. He's trying to get you guys back under control, and it's not working.
Alright, we've been shot
You
down.
hear
We're heading
noises in
towards
the
Dathomir.
background. You hear noises in the background and the very faint voice of, I found him! Because you are plummeting now. You just hear him like, oh, just keep it up, keep the beacon going, keep the comms going, something so we can try to find or triangulate you. You are going down, it seems.
We're
You can
going
see
down
you
very
entering
fast.
the atmosphere.
It's getting hot.
It is getting hot in there. All right. This is now down to some of this. Would you like to do anything to help this man as you start to plummet?
We're gonna try to pull the ship up. It's got the little things. We're gonna just pull up as hard as we can.
He's got the hands on the controls. Is there anything you'd like to do to help? He's doing the direct piloting.
I don't know what I can do.
I don't know. You have all kinds of weird force stuff. I never know what's gonna pop up.
What can my force stuff do? Do. Force stuff. Do. Okay, this ship's probably good and done for, ain't it? Right?
Land is gonna decide that.
Well, I might
Actually
be able to
rolling
help us
really
with
high right
landing,
now.
but
Holy shit.
it would make us. It'd be us jumping out of this thing, or you hopping on me and you jumping out.
He's gonna look at you like you're fucking crazy. He's like, you wanna jump out? Here?
Not here. We have to get real close to the ground. Real close.
And this guy's rolling good. He's actually starting to get the ship somewhat under control.
In this episode, Medina jumps off of another high object and breaks all of the bones in his body.
Nope.
Stay tuned for next time.
I have.
He took so
I have-
long, Matt.
Yes.
Hold on. He's starting to somewhat grab this ship under control, but you're not exactly a master of ships. Are you just grabbing him and breaking the windshield as they get closer?
No, if
As
I
you
see him, he's
get
got it
closer.
pretty leveled. If it's look like he can get a softer crash landing, not us going nose deep.
Level isn't the term for this. You aren't spinning constantly now.
Oh, we're spinning.
You were. Now you're not.
All right, is still going nose down.
Oh, where you guys are plummeting real quick.
You ever jump out of one of these things before?
Nope. Okay. He's gonna turn to you and go, jump out. No, I haven't jumped out of a ship before.
Trust me.
Question to the party below. Would anyone have been outside or walking in between or doing anything towards the end of that 2 weeks.
Johnny's probably busy with Nima. The only one possible is Billy. Or Sorsha.
Where's Dorsha?
You know
Yeah, Billy.
Sorsha's not going to be walking around.
What?
You know Sorsha's not going to be walking around.
Well,
She's tired.
And Billy's got to do some recalibration to make sure everything is working properly.
Well, I didn't know what that included also. That's why I was asking.
Probably
This
just
is the
walking
end of your guys' projects for the moment right now. It's just a small break between them all, so yeah, you never know.
Hey, Matt,
Regardless, yeah.
you remember the Billy Goat platform idea we talked about? Can I run that by Nima and the time? That
Don't
just
remember that.
running.
That'll have to be brought back up at some point. We're gonna flick right back up. I was just checking to see if somebody would have been going outside. As you guys are going down and getting real close to the surface, he is doing his damnedest to get into this. He has this literally 2 checks left to see how this goes.
All right.
God damn, this guy's rolling like a king. Last call, as you started to get to it, and he's trying to pull the nose up.
The cargo ship wishes to survive.
I rolled 4 18s on this dude
It
already.
wishes to survive.
How's the
What more
ground
do
looking?
you
Is it
ask
looking
of
like
it?
is there any?
It's looking like 50-50. You're going to hit a plateau of stone, or you're going to go into some foggy mist that you can't see the bottom of.
All right, we don't know where we're gonna hit. You're counting with me, all right? I'll get you another ship, I promise.
Going down, going down, going down.
Grabbing him.
Where are you
Out front
going?
of the ship.
You're gonna
Busting through the
jump through the
windshield.
ship. Make a strength check.
Oh, good. I'm good at that.
Yeah, I know. Make a strength check to try and bust a shuttle ship window. This is gonna be really high because they are made to be durable.
It's fine. He has the force now.
24.
Anything is possible.
What'd you say?
24.
24? Unfortunately, as you click it, it just and it starts to shatter and crack some, but it's not broken. Like I said, this is a shuttle field.
Go through the door.
Huh?
Go through the door. I know there's a door somewhere.
The door, vacate?
Got an emergency door, right?
There's a door in this place. I'm trying to think of the check because you waited till the last one to try and make it to the door before time is up.
He's got the 40-foot movement and he can dash.
Well, that doesn't necessarily mean much in this particular instance for this. It helps you out, I guess, but I'm trying to think of what check to.
This time, Medina does not jump off of a high object. He craters into the ground in the high object. The end result is the same.
This is less athletics because of the situation. This is you trying to force yourself quickly through a ship that is not built quite for your size. Make an acrobatics check. Make an acrobatics check to try to get through the ship towards the doors. The doors aren't just in the cockpit, man. Star Wars does not have their doors right there.
Since I'm still proficient in acrobatics, not expertise. That's a +8.
Everybody starts here. The
27.
27. You hear like a loud, high-pitched whinnying and burning, crackling, and something screeching down. Starting to come as it's getting real close, and you grab him and just book it for the door where you know it is. Hit the emergency, like the emergency release is on the way, and throw yourself out of his ship as it bounces off of Mesa hits another root on the way down and slams into the swamp below.
I'm like force jumping out of getting away from that ship because
you are plummeting. You are plummeting.
As soon as I get within 60 feet of the ground, I'm slow falling.
All right, let's see if you're hitting the Mesa or the swamps. You're hitting a Mesa. He's just sitting there, he just starts going, "Oh, what the fuck?" And you just kind of drift.
8 seconds, Betty.
You kind of just drift the last, 100 feet or so.
If he's got a cowboy hat, he better be.
Everybody hears
Yelling
and
that
someone
thing.
feels that impact, by the way. Shit rattles around.
Does he have a cowboy hat?
Hey, Nima, get the rifle.
I didn't blow anything up. I promise. Oh
No,
wait.
I,
What?
I need something to shoot if that's a problem.
Looks like we're heading outside. Let's see what's
What's everybody
going
doing?
on.
Checking scanners and probably turning on the shields.
Checking scanners. Well, technically, you're picking up a broadcast.
Okay.
There's no like information on the broadcast. It's more of just like a location-based thing here, popping up for an area in the swamp
Looks kind of
or
like
out of
an
the ways
SOS
off.
then.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks like the ship's transmitting something. Do we want to either tell the other people or hop in our own runabout style ships that we have and check it out?
Are we the closest?
You're with the other Sentinel ships.
So in other words, we should absolutely be able to tell somebody else, but if we want to do it ourselves, just in case it's more than what we believe the standard rank and file can deal with.
Yeah, let's go check it out.
Okay.
What's up to say?
Let's take the Jedi one, because we haven't used it for a while.
Take the what?
This other ship.
Yes.
Wait, did I slot it? Yeah, I slotted it in that one still, because the other one's tiny.
Nima,
okay.
I'm gonna need to borrow one of your guns. You got something here?
I don't think we have any rifles constructed, but we probably have some spare guns. Just
I have my
lying around.
chain gun. I've just been holding on to.
How much ammo you got?
Chain gun? Answer
Enough.
probably enough. Yeah. Exactly 7,342 rounds.
Not enough.
Ah, damn.
I don't have any big battery packs like you have for your rotary cannon, so I have. It's going to give you like 5 fuel cells or something.
All right.
That should be enough, right?
I may come back to you for a different weapon at some point if this runs out.
I don't know if I have anything else that has ammo currently.
Could Peckett have constructed me a great axe in this time?
That's a physical
Most
weapon.
of Packett's time was dedicated to getting your body back up and running with less than Sentinel head base equipment.
Yeah, I didn't know if it could have been the time after.
No, this is literally like a day or two since you've done that. Like, this is just getting
Well,
started.
Okay.
An axe is an axe. That's just
Yeah.
metal in a shape.
Or a maul. I'll take a maul. Just, yeah, no, melee weapon.
For the moment, you have what you have.
All right, so nothing. Yep, well. Someone arm me up with something.
He's
Ain't
giving
gonna
you a
work.
chain gun. Here, have this vibro rapier I've had since the beginning of the campaign.
Ah, yes, thank you.
Alright.
Nima, you said something. We'll get back to that later. Actually, we can
So
talk
where
about
are
it.
you during all this?
That's a good question.
Mess hall.
Yeah, probably.
Okay. No, you guys just taking off?
Can I add more to Nima? Can I
You
add
what?
more to Nima's to-do list?
For the moment, I feel like this isn't the time. I'm gonna ask that we start moving a little bit here.
Fair enough. I just meant that, on the way that we had time on the way there.
Unless anybody has a particular need to hold down the fort, let's get in and go.
Alright. If you guys are taking off quickly, Sorcia's probably gonna be left behind because she's not here in the ship.
We'll send her a message, and if she's just like, nah, then go. If
Okay.
she's like, on the way, then wait.
I think you guys got it.
Okay.
It's a nah.
I
We go.
believe in you.
All right, you guys take off and start heading towards it. Make a general intelligence or a technology check to try and just get the triangulation right.
Checka. Okie dokie. Checka is a thingy which is over here because it's not in the normal sheet. Plus 9, 16, 25.
All right. Actually, it's relatively easy to do so.
I hope so.
As you all take off and head out. Valio, what are you doing with your friend there?
Hell of a rodeo, right?
Do what?
It's a hell of a rodeo, right?
Yeah, that's yeah, that's what that was.
I'm gonna try to get
It's
in
like
contact with Holiday again.
Now watch
you can
us
put me down now.
fly over you.
I thought
Put
I
me
had him on
down
my
now.
back at this point.
You said you grabbed him and ran. You grabbed him and tucked him under your arm and ran.
I'm saying, like, when we were on the ground, I thought I had him. I would have put him on my back.
You just landed. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, remember,
or do you
timelines are a
wanna?
little weird. I have to jump and rewind some for other people's to do stuff.
Gotcha. You wanna walk or you wanna?
I want to walk at the moment, I think.
Let me know if you get a little shaken up. I get a seat,
Stands
so to
there
speak.
for a minute. It's taking a second to. Do you know where we're going?
I'm gonna make a phone call and find out.
All right.
Phone in
Good to
Holiday.
know. You can't call off planet because you don't have any long distance communicators. That's not a portable thing.
Ah, shit. Well, damn. I guess. Can I see anything from here? Anything that looks like an opening?
Make a perception check.
All right. Perception. Where's that? That's a 13.
13. Nope. Nope. At the exact moment, you don't see much. A lot of birds and reptilian things taking off in the distance. See some of the messes and roots around you. The drop off into the mists.
I'd probably prefer to stay out of the mist.
That's fair. Meanwhile, the
Actually, your
sky.
ship, how goes the signal on that ship? I don't know exactly what you did. You just put out a help call, correct?
Hit the beacon as we went down.
It's just, which way is the mist? Is that, which direction is the mist?
Down. All of down.
Oh. How far away from the ship?
Looking over, I'd say with your you see the crater marks on the wall. It went a ways into the distance because you jumped out before it hit, and it was still going. So it's a ways off in the distance. You can see where it cratered, like smashed into the side of one of the messes. But it's out of sight at the moment.
You have anything important in that ship of yours?
I had the ship, and I dropped the cargo off before we got here. At least we had the ship, which is pretty important.
As soon as I can make a phone, as soon as I make a call, I'll see if I can get you a new one.
Just looking over at it, like that was his job. That was his life's work.
I'm pretty sure the man
He's a
that
little.
called me for this mission will hook you up with one.
He's just a little. Oop, bumped into stuff. He's a little shaken right now.
Should have had dark side insurance.
You guys are getting closer. I'd like you guys to make perception checks as you start to get closer.
I'm busy piloting.
Perception check.
And you can still make it if you wish.
No, I don't want to. Hate dice. Don't want to roll them.
That's fair.
24.
Billy?
15.
Alright. Billy, you don't see it. Nima, you see, as you're heading towards the right side of the ship, a couple, like, of these Mesa plateau bits over, you see a horse centaur man with a person next to him just kind of starting to walk. Looking real out of place right now. And about this time, Valier, you see a ship coming in.
Can I communicate with it?
Hey, Johnny,
Wave your arms.
look over there.
Not really.
What's up?
How far away are they? Is that like a dive?
Like several hundred feet, like several hundreds of feet away at the moment still.
Oh. I guess they're trying to go see the commotion. Might as well say hi. Worst that's gonna happen is we're gonna get shot or attacked, but I got you, buddy. Just stay behind me.
It's just kind of like, this is what I get for trying to help out people. What are you guys
I
doing?
recognize their uniform.
He does not have a
I'm
uniform
in.
on.
Okay, cool. I said, look over there, Johnny.
What's up?
Some
He's
people
wearing
walking
a
by.
leather duster.
Okay, so it looks
You know,
like
may have caused what we
somebody
looking for.
somebody in their horse. What the?
No. It looks like somebody and a horse man.
You can tell the man from this distance. How fucking buff is he?
Well, somebody has a fancy new scope they have to check her out shit.
I didn't bring
They
my
look like-
weapon.
They look like good folk.
I don't have ammo
I
for
don't.
it. I don't have ammo for it. I can't use it.
He would have sent. It's.
They look
I'll
like
put it in
good
the group
folk.
again.
Pick them up. That one's got. I like his hat.
Sure, let's add another cowboy to the roster. This one has his own
It's
horse.
similar to this. It's similar to that. But his legs are as buff as everything else. Like, front legs look like the back legs.
For context, he just sent a picture of the Rabid Horseman Yu-Gi-Oh card.
Yeah.
Full 10-pack.
Just
you guys
make
doing?
that. Just make that the background of the stream.
you
Nah,
guys doing?
Konami's prickly.
That
Yeah.
is very true.
Just Photoshop a
you
horse
guys-
head over it.
What are you guys doing?
Well, let's go at least engage with them.
I mean, if we bring them back, they're probably gonna have to have a conversation with the matriarch person and the sentinels, and yeah, sure,
they're
why not?
They're probably gonna have to do that anyway.
They
They're
kind
not
of
supposed
crash
to be.
landed on the ship, on the planet.
Yeah.
And the
How-
last time we found someone on the planet, the matriarch wasn't exactly happy
Or surprised.
or surprised.
Wonder what happened with the crash landing there.
Well, I guess we can grab them and then take them over to the crash site. I don't know. Fuck it.
Think there's anything salvageable?
About to find out after we go and collect the people that own it, so we don't get to salvage it anyway. But yeah.
Or we could go salvage it first and then collect them.
No, we've already seen them. We can't
At this
abandon them
point-
now. Come on.
At this point, you could probably see them coming towards you.
That is imperceptible. Unless
That
you're
part is kind
gazing.
of hard to see.
Just let them get closer, drive slightly away. Let them get closer, drive slightly away.
All right, so going there, it's starting to move towards you guys now, Valerian. Valier, I'll get it right eventually.
Horseman.
Fresh
All
beef
right.
ability.
There you guys are. It's not hard to navigate and fly in open space.
Let's stay upward. Open up the little like landing like the door. Poke your
Yep.
head out and have conversation.
Over the engine noises.
Billy can scream real loud.
Okay. How high away from this guy are you staying?
Out of what I've seen, force jump distance, so I'm probably like sticking 200, telling him to scream.
I'm gonna say at 200 with this, you're not gonna be able to hear anything, guys.
I'll just jetpack down. Just
That
open
works.
the door.
Go for it.
Jetpack down to them.
Alright, you, Valier, see a large robotic figure land heavy in front of you wearing, as we all know, again, the familiar clothes of what we know Billy wears. Just to write it
like-
off as easier.
Tip the hat at him.
Actually, you're the man I'm looking for. But I'm looking for.
That means a lot of things, and a lot of those haven't been good lately.
By the way, in
Yeah.
the distance, you guys see other ships coming in now. Like 2 more. From
I
back
believe
where
we
you
have a
guys took off, Sentinels.
I believe we have a mutual acquaintance.
You're gonna have to narrow that down some.
Holiday.
Okay, good. We're on good terms then.
Yeah, a bit of a rough land coming in. Yeah. My buddy here, we'll go with Joe. That's his name. His name is Joe.
Well,
Yep.
hang on. Yeah, hang on. Let me go tell them that you're okay. That you're one of Holiday's and my buddies, so they'll land the ship.
All right.
You're you're probably gonna. Let me give you a heads up here. You're probably gonna have to go through a lot of talking and some paperwork before you can get anywhere. Crash landing and all. But we'll get to that. Let us radio in. Just radio. Shawnee, land the ship.
Okay.
Oh, Source is gonna love you.
Yeah, he's going to land, and as you guys are going to land to pick him up, you just hear the vroom as more fucking ships, the 2 other ships start to get close and land, and you start to see them getting down. These are the Sentinel people that were getting out to come help. But seeing that you guys are landing and picking them up, they're just going to kind of keep hovering there for the moment. You guys just loading up and heading back, or what's happening here?
Entered.
Okay.
I'll show them up to the deck there with Johnny and everyone else. Seems we got a new friend that Holiday sent in. One Mr.
Pardon me. Well, yeah.
Bellier. Alrighty. Nice to meet you, partner.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Oh, sorry, I picked up a bit of a twang on the last planet I was on.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's
You told me
physically
y'all are a
written.
rowdy bunch.
Yeah. We're a bit of a rough situation here.
He told me a little bit.
How are you with explosions?
Been in a few, and was almost in another one.
Well, get used to being in some more or near some more. They tend to happen a lot around here.
About that, before it happens, is there anything on your ship that we need to go and look at before either the swamp things eat it or something bad happens with its internals.
He's the one guy behind him. Like, I'd appreciate if we could get it pulled out or something to recoup a little bit of loss.
I'll put you on a call with the 2 ships near us. They'll probably have their own expedition then.
And any one of y'all get in contact with Holiday by any chance?
Maybe back at the other place.
Alright. Well, this man got me here, and Holiday a favor. I was gonna try to see if he can help this man out with his ship.
Yeah, we can call once we get back to the base there.
Alright, appreciate it.
Alright. You transferring him over to the Sentinel ships, you said?
I was just gonna open up a call to him.
Oh, okay.
So he can relay information. Otherwise,
is that
we
the
have to,
intent, though?
Yeah.
I was going to let it process along. I was asking if that was the intent. You'll get that. You get him transferred over here, them to go, and they're taking off to go look at his ship. You guys are free to head back.
We do so.
Well, I don't know. You guys are talking. You have a new person there. I don't know what you guys are doing.
Piloting.
I think they're in shock that there's another cowboy there, who is a centaur man.
In order for it to be shocked, this would have to be uncommon.
I mean, listen, Cowboy Man ain't exactly uncommon right now.
Cowboy just keeps happening.
It's the centaur. It's the natural course.
The centaur part's a little unnerving.
Look, if you guys die, you
Joe
come
is
back.
a cowboy. I'm just a road.
He's just a cow.
Isn't that rather demeaning?
No, I'm the whole rodeo.
There you go.
Hey, Sorsha,
Yeah?
we got someone for you to meet.
What?
I was gonna say
This
first
is
before that
Dexter.
happens, I was gonna interrupt you as you guys are landing. You now have Shola and a few of the Sentinels waiting.
Yeah, the Sentinels have like a badge or a symbol.
Sentinels have
they
a
can
uniform. Sentinels have a uniform and a basically a badge.
The uniform have any patches on it or anything?
Are you asking to denote rank?
I was just gonna open up my duster and it's gonna have like an old patch in it.
For like the things to denote ranks, you would have had to turn those in when you left.
Oh,
Like with a lot, like this is one of the uniform things you'd have to turn in and leave. It's like it's a lot like a cop having to turn in their badge.
Rank stuff, yeah, but maybe not like some patch from like an old jacket or some other such memorabilia. I think is what he means.
Well, that's what I was asking if he meant denoting rank or not, because the rank would have been that he had to turn in. If he had something extra, he did. That's different.
it was pretty much the patch of my old unit. Not like a rank, just like a unit, a custom unit patch we all wore.
She just looks there. She looks kind of just like what? Just trying to figure out what's going on. I guess walks up as you guys land and are shutting things off and powering down. And you guys are starting to exit. She's. So, would you like to care to inform me of? This is Matt stopping. I stuttered over my own phrases. Should you care to inform me of our new, what happened, or the wreck was happening, or what all was going down? I just got a warning that a ship was going down, really, and everybody started taking off.
I guess me and my friend Joe here. I'm here
Somewhere
doing
else,
Holiday a favor, and as we were entering Dathomir, 2 ships attacked us. Didn't really get a good look at them.
2 ships opened fire as you entered the atmosphere.
That is correct.
Did they look like the ships
Is that
outside?
rude? I'm gonna need you to come with us for a short little while.
There's that paperwork I was telling you about.
And you watch as the
Alright.
other ones start there at the ready.
Is my duster covering my weapons? You got a
You
fairly
don't hide.
long one.
You can't hide your weapons, man.
You can hide his revolver.
The revolver, fine. That's hidden where it's hidden. The rest of it is not hiding.
It's in your horse pants.
Okay. Oh, if I guess his shield's like magnet. He's got a piece of metal on his horse hip. His shield's magnetized to it. And somehow he's got another clip on his other side, and it's on that big swish swoosh.
The Buster said.
Right. Yep.
Well, you guys are fine. Just giving a brief description of what went down there, and that the rest of them are going. The other ship is going. They'll just hand wave your part of it. Valier, you're gonna be escorted into a stockade. Given the situation you came in, not exactly the best presentation towards them.
I say not to make an entrance.
And across the table from you is Shola. Sits down kind of heavy on the other side of you. I hate that I have to do this now, but as recently informed, even ex-Sentinel members must be investigated or treated with caution.
Understood.
So, Mr. Valier, would you care to run me through what happened? And I'm going to be nice here because we've done a lot of exposition. Is there anything you're hiding here?
Like weapons or what?
Just in general, like weapons, what happened, anything like that.
I'm just gonna tell what I told everybody else. Here on Return the Favor to Holiday, and as we entered atmosphere, 2 ships attacked. We went down. Kept the hell
So
off
you
and did a rodeo.
pointed out you're looking for Billy?
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Look for the group. Found the group.
She looks very tired. Feeling she's not quite up for what she's being assigned to deal with.
She looked tired after I mentioned Billy.
She just looks tired after the whole story in general.
Okay.
But the Billy part doesn't help of just...
If she let out a sigh, I'm gonna just let her know I've heard they're a rowdy bunch.
You get a chuckle. City flying out of the sky, crashing ships into hostile territories. It's Peach. She gets up and closes it, and is gonna come find you, you guys, back towards wherever you are.
We didn't mean to crash. Didn't have much of a choice.
I assumed the crash was not intentional. You did say you got shot down by somebody.
I'd like to find who the hell they were.
Be nice. But for the moment, sit tight, and she's going to set down something in front of you, and it is just a massive amount of paperwork. She's going to come find you guys.
Oh man.
And specifically
pencils.
Billy here of
Big hands.
does the it's not pencils, it's data pads.
Oh. Okay.
But
Doesn't
still
make it
small
better.
data pads because they're normal size. Actually, no, your hands are somewhat normal size. They're just a little bit bigger than normal because you're a big dude. All right, I'm coming here to try and confirm some of his story. Billy, do you know a Holiday?
Oh yeah, he's one of my old buddies.
Do you know the individual that came in? And just gonna say it's a yada yada yada. This is a confirmation of a number of things. Just basically security, almost like the equivalency of security questions, trying to see if this person actually is who they say they are, or they're here for the reasons they intend.
Yeah. Friend of Holiday should be a friend of mine. In the meantime, could have contacted Holiday to actually make sure about this.
Yeah, I'll let you have communicated Holiday.
Actually, that could probably be a point where she comes in.
I'm just gonna say you probably would have come back. She sat down there processing time. This is a little bit of time waiting for them. I'll say you could have contacted Holiday and he would have confirmed that he sent who he sent. He sent Valier along and was glad to hear back because you kind of went dark there for a while.
I'll tell him, I'll tell him they crash landed for some reason. Don't know the details yet. He can probably get that later.
Just have a get me updated later bit.
Yeah.
And hang up. He looks a little busy at the moment. A lot of people are busy nowadays.
Yeah.
But
Yep, I called Holiday. He said it's good.
he's gonna ask her you. She's gonna have Sorsha brought in for this bit.
Huh?
You just asked by some sentinels to come along and join. There's a talk happening that you should be involved in. And when she gets there, he's gonna say, "So, the current basis is he seems the way you wanted to be effectively released into your custody in this situation." I know that's not word for word what he said, but that makes the paperwork much easier. Billy in particular, you seem to know him, at least where he was sent by, or are vouching for him. And if my guess on the ships is correct, we're going to need him soon.
Any word from up there about those ships around the atmosphere or any such?
Nothing back yet.
Oh boy. Did he say how big they were? Or if you got to see them?
He did not. We did not ask for class. I personally do not have the class of ship at hand. I was just asking some general questions to confirm his identity as he has popped up in our database.
Hopefully we're dealing with a few small ships and not an entire drop ship.
But before you guys make your decision, I was going to welcome you in to talk to him and ask him, but I was informing you of what seemed to be the intent.
Okay, I got a question.
Is this over game right now? I'm just kidding. Is this an in-character question or like a Medina question?
Me question.
Okay.
Will they be a little bit hostile if you like kind of left? Kind of
the stockade
leave,
or locked in?
No. I mean, like leaving the Sentinels, kind of just saying, "Fuck it, I quit."
No, you're allowed to retire, especially after the number of years of service you had in.
Okay, I didn't know if there could be
No,
kind of
you
like.
are absolutely allowed to retire.
Okay. It was more like a abrupt retirement. I was like, "Hey, I'm leaving." Like now, it's like, "Nah, fuck it, I'm done."
Considering the sometimes traumatic.
The traumatic nature of law enforcement.
The traumatic nature of law enforcement, abrupt dismissals or retirements aren't exactly the most uncommon.
Okay, that's just something I didn't know.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay. All right, that's all I wanted to ask.
But considering all the paperwork involved and the help we might need, I figured it'd be best to let you talk to him and decide if you wish to allow that portion. So just got off the phone with the main base. I would give you a bit more freedom than I would an average squad. Due to the luck and number of instances you seem to have encountered these people or thwarted them. You have some high people batting for you back there.
Yeah, that's good to hear.
Hello?
So, like, are you wanting?
I'm talking to you.
I know. Johnny's sitting there like, this isn't really me. So, like, Are you
Technically,
wanting Nima
it's
to?
mostly Thaddeus.
So are you wanting Nima to give him the okay? You want Billy to go and look at his
She
combat
addressed you
stuff, get a
guys
thing
as
for
a
him?
group if you wanted to speak to him, as he seemed intent on getting to you guys.
Well, let's hear him out at least.
She has a general question. I assume it was two.
He's still currently in the stockade and locked in. But if you guys are okay with that, she'll escort you there.
Okay, you guys can go there. Is there anything you want me to work on back here in the meantime, Nima, or do you need me to come along?
It's probably better if you come along, just in case.
Are you
Someone,
sure?
pops up.
Are you sure?
I mean, do you have any project you want to work on?
No, but it looks like your gun needs some finishing touches. i.e., ammo, making sure it works, and all these other stuff.
You're right.
Okay.
I mean, feel free. Go ahead and
Cheese.
do what you wish.
Okay,
I trust you won't, destroy my brand new weapon that I haven't got to test yet.
so in other words, you want me to work on making sure there's a working manufactured prototype of it that you can play with.
Sure.
I will
See if you can
consider
add
this
anything.
an order given and go fulfill it.
All right,
Not
we'll get
order.
back to you on this one.
It's an option.
You shut your mouth.
Unlike you, Tronic can make decisions, and that decision is, I don't want to make important decisions today, so bye, is what it sounds like.
I got stuff you can work on later.
I'm just going to slap the pushing aptitude on her.
Awesome.
All right, we'll get back to that. You guys are led down back into the compound, effectively, for the Night Sisters, in towards one of the buildings that is currently being used as the stockade. Where the door is, Valier, are you in there? You hear the door just and open.
He's still fumbling with the data pad. He's probably gone through at least one by now.
One document.
I mean, like one data pad, if they're breakable.
Crunch.
They're fairly durable to deal with the number of people they have.
Is this going to take a minute?
And
So
you
I
have
some
an
things
insane amount of...
Is this just going to take a minute? There are some things I need to go run and take care of real quick.
You probably have a few more
Been
minutes.
fat
All right, cool.
fingering,
Sorry.
fat fingering a
Go
lot
for
of
it.
the
You
document.
you're probably okay to not break this thing, man. Let's be real.
Okay.
It's fairly durable because of the nature of where they are and in the field.
Okay.
So unless you really mess up, you're probably not going to break it.
Gotcha. We'll get chilly outside.
But the door opens up, and whoever wished to
Did they
go with is
Did they
able to
confiscate
come in.
my weapons?
Yes.
Oh man, I feel naked.
Relatable.
If you ever wish to come in and participate in this, you're allowed to come in now. You shuffle on in.
Well, let's see if we can relieve you of some of your boredom here for a moment, at least, before you get back to that. So,
All right.
Holiday say he was. What Holiday say he was sending you here to help with?
Helping out you guys mostly.
He just
I
said,
ain't
"Come
asked you
give him
much.
a hand."
Pretty much, I owed him a favor. I'm not asking what exactly what it was. Gave him my word.
Well,
He just told me you guys are a rowdy bunch.
he called in a hell of a favor then.
It must have if he's sending me out here.
Well, saw
I
what
did
you were
odd
carrying.
jobs for him in the past.
Well, saw what you were carrying there. I don't suppose you got any problem killing people that are wrongdoers that go around killing others.
Most of the time, it's for show.
Yeah. Well, we got us a bunch of Darksiders that we're dealing with. Probably the ones that shot your craft down there.
All right, then it ain't for show.
Alrighty, good. Yep, we've been dealing with them some on this planet. We've been dealing with them some a lot of other places. That's why I was reactivated in the first place. They're getting
How
to
they
be
knew
a,
it was coming.
they know a lot of things and we're not sure how. A lot of it can probably just be described as either there's inside people which have been worked on route and getting out, and also the Force.
I was hiding behind the whole way here, unless they're really. How does that work? And so, like, I was making it to like it was null.
I don't know.
I
That
return.
was an accurate question.
Effectively, it could disguise you as a non-Force user or just
That
a
was pretty much what I was going
non-entity
for.
in the Force.
Like, not until you don't have a bloaty at all.
If you disguise yourself as a normal person, you just pop up like everything. But if you make yourself a non-entity, you just don't show up in the Force for a short bit.
It was pretty much not an entity.
This is between you guys. You're not waiting on me.
Okay, well, he was asking an above game question, so.
That's why I answered. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
Spectre showed up as a non-entity.
Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and assume that they got someone on the inside. I was disguising myself on the way here.
they've been working on rooting that kind of shit out. Along with that, they've from what the records have shown and the reports, they have some unusual abilities we cannot account for at this moment. So, who knows what the fuck they're doing?
Damn, I thought I was trying to be smart.
Nope. That sounded like a good idea what you were doing there. But they don't seem to care.
Clearly, attacking a ship with no weapons. Besides me.
Aside from
cargo
doing that,
ship.
aside from Dathomir stuff, they might have just shot anyone that came into entry as well.
There was more than my ship out. There was more than his ship out there.
They have done targeted acts of terror, but some of them also have seemed kind of random. We haven't pieced together their plans yet, but if they're fucking around with Dathomir here, they may not want anyone else getting involved. So they could have also just seen a ship and shot it down on site. Don't know.
If I find him, I'll bring him in. Yeah.
At the moment, at least amongst our squad here, pat Nima on the back, give him a little shove forward. Here's our current officer in charge.
Reach down, offer my hand.
Highest ranking officer.
I suppose I'll shake his hand. My name's Demicor. Nice to meet you. Most people just call me Nemo.
Right. I'm Valier. Call me Valley for short.
You said that Holiday called in a favor, sent you down here. Did he? You wouldn't have to know if he reported that to anyone, would you?
I didn't really ask. He needed a favor. I owed him a favor. So I came.
I'm just, trying to save myself some paperwork. So much stuff has already happened on this planet. I have so many reports to write.
Bureaucracy hell.
I guess you could say he's also kind of one of. Do you know who Sato is? I don't know who
Would I
you
know
know.
Sato?
You do not. Well,
Sadly, I
you
don't.
wouldn't know him directly. You may have heard his name a time or two, but nothing too much direct for you.
I've heard his name
Newspaper
passed around
clippings.
here and there.
Well, he's one of the big tech guy. He's one of the big tech guys, kind of like the big tech guy of the Sentinels. Yeah, this here is so he's kind of like Nima's here is under him.
Apprentice, employee probably works best.
I've been out
Anyway,
of that line of work for about 15 years.
Hey, you got a short.
15 years.
10, 15 roughly. Lose track of
I
time.
misunderstood the time frame. I should specify. I misunderstood the time frame that you were gone. You would know Sato, but you would have been there for his more like rising through the ranks years.
Okay.
So you would have heard him a time or two, but nothing to
So no,
what
it's
he is
kind of passed
now.
around here and there.
Yeah, he was usually like it was more like tacked on as a part of a group that did something big rather than him getting his own big achievements.
Gotcha.
I am back if it becomes important.
Well, they're
You get back
chatting.
in your workshop.
Forcing Nima into his leadership position.
It's cruel and unusual,
Yes.
but feels right.
And effective.
It's just a shallow understanding of what's going on at the moment.
Excellent.
So,
It's whatever.
if you don't mind
it's
me
whatever
asking,
fucking-
why did you owe Holiday a favor?
Why not my favorite? Well, he found me work after I got out. Didn't really want to continue it. You know, odd jobs here and there, and I helped him out every so often. And he's been, say he's been helping me look for my two partners. They lost contact with them a while back. Well, the two remaining from my group.
Do they have any,
Sure.
defining features?
Oh, yes. 1 second. Forgot the other one's name.
I have the descriptions because that was one you kind of left empty too much.
I kind of gave a vague description. Well, that's a lot of text. I gotta go back. I don't know where'd they go. They're up here somewhere. There we go. Yeah, so that's a message. Why isn't it not popping up?
No, it's right here. Would you like me to just go ahead and read them off for you real quick?
Yeah.
So there was normal height, human normal height. She had like a fairly like lean, muscular build, very dark red hair.
Mm-hmm.
And then Alistair was also a human, just very big, beefy. You described him as Nappa with a beard.
Excellent.
Yep.
I like it.
I understand. That explains so much.
Mm. Her name was Rose.
Yeah, her name was Rose. I was leaving you the names of you, just giving the descriptions.
Were they with your unit there, or just somebody's after?
Oh, they were with my old unit. The rest are either dead or in prison.
That sounds a
I
bit.
don't know which
ugly.
ones are which. Well, my group, we were enforcers. We were, pretty much like I was saying earlier, we're here. We're all big, burly people, all different races and sizes. Even the shortest of one could carry their own weight more. But we were there for peacetime treaties, stuff like that, making sure nothing got out of hand. Until a few of the people in my group, even though I've been with them for 10, 15 plus years, decided to not take a part of a peace treaty, do the exact opposite.
I feel a sense of deja vu.
I was thinking the same. Kind of sounds like his group was a replacement for your group. Just
Sounds
less robot parts.
sounds a bit alike, yeah.
A few of them decided to go AWOL in that instant and open fire. Me, Rose, and my other buddy here. What was his
Just
name
wanna-
again? I didn't...
Just to point
Alex
out there
Bell.
randomly, other people did heavy duty stuff. You were just unique as the droids.
Yeah, it's just similar in what's being described. Anyways,
Yeah, they snuck in weapons and stuff during the peace treaty, and it was a bit of a bloodbath there. we try to lend aid to the ones that were defending, and since we were with the group, we were marked as targets too. I grabbed Rose and Alistair, and we fought our way through our own buddies getting out. After that day, I left.
Now, were they force sensitive as well?
A few of them, yes. I didn't catch on to them going dark or nothing. I don't.
Well, at least if we get near them, you might be able to pick up their signal. Yeah, we'll keep an eye out for them. Do you have, you got a picture? Real of a picture, that'd help a lot.
Or go through. Yeah, definitely. What do I have on me?
You don't currently have anything like your communicators or any of your data or your weapons or any of that. Remember, you are still politely, but under arrest.
You know what? Do you know their service tags? Nima can probably punch them in and look them up real quick.
I don't have the entire database, but I have a portion of it, at the very least.
The ones that went AWOL, I'm not entirely sure, but just look up. I gotta come up with the name of this damn group.
You don't have to come up with a group. You have service tags. You could have them punch in if you wanted.
Yeah. That's what I'm just asking there. Yep. So we can at least see.
If you look up one, could you find the group?
Probably you could could probably check units.
All right, you check mine. It's 150 270 5594.
152 79 954. Understood.
That felt way too practiced.
That's my service tag.
That's a lot more digits. That's a lot more digits than I had.
Well, he's a later group than yours. That's probably
using his as a go-to. What do you want to know, Nima?
Current condition of all members associated with his group.
Is it likely we're going to run into more goddamn cowboys?
It's just me. I picked up the twang on the last
You're saying you
were
kind of unique in the cowboy aspect here.
I was
looking it up
purely for my size, along everybody else.
Sure. The condition of most of his members are KIA or imprisoned. Alistair was last known doing some mercenary work that he left the main system and ran into hut space.
Cool.
And Rose was just last known as working on Coruscant.
Coruscant?
What's that? Shorter Amazonian. Go with that.
All right. Yeah. So we got good news and bad news. At least from their last knowns, they seem alive. But you got hut space and Coruscant, and those are both a bitch to find someone in.
Understood.
You have Rose's address.
What would you?
You do. Remember, you keep in contact for a while. It's just you haven't been back for a little bit.
I said they went dark.
Yep.
Well, we have.
That's why that was my favorite holiday, helping me find them, and my favorite back is this.
Oh no, Holiday was calling it an old favor from one of the times he pulled your ass out of the fire.
That's what it was.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got an address of one, but if you said they're going dark, that probably doesn't mean much.
At least we had a trail on one of them. She was the little sister's group. Well, youngest of us all.
We might be able to help you when we get back to Coruscant, but unfortunately, it may be some while before we can help you look into your stuff. Well, we've got these asshats to take care of.
That's fine. Me and her together make a really good pair. One of the few people I actually would actually ride on my back in a fight. She was a sword, I was a shield. Now I'm both.
Well, we could use some of those.
Sounds so depressing.
Have you not seen what's gone on around us this entire time?
I have, yeah.
You keep blocking it out then, buddy.
I'm trying not to think about any of the bad stuff. It's hard to stay optimistic in this day and age.
But you know
Should
what will
come to a
solve some of
rodeo.
that?
More guns.
More guns. Yes,
Guns
exactly.
always make people happy.
I'm pretty fond of rodeos myself.
Ah,
Due to
speaking
my
of guns, you said you're a shield. That means you take a more defensive stance in combat.
Oh no,
Assuming.
I can hold them both at the same time.
I'm gonna accelerate the time a little bit if you guys are just gonna break down into fighting stances because I know how we can ramble.
Oh yes, we will
Yeah.
ramble as long as you let us.
That's why I'm gonna interfere here and accelerate time a little bit if we're gonna go into combat stances.
It's just general
We'll just say
conversation.
the battlefield is a stomping ground for me, figuratively and literally. Four hooves to stomp on somebody.
Nima,
Mhm.
are you signing off into his custody release?
I see nothing wrong with this guy so far, so sure. I
You
suppose I will.
formally accept the legal burdens of another person.
It sounds like I'm signing into a slavery contract.
After
I
you've
don't
already
know how
sent
good
him
that
off,
is.
after you send it off, you realize that's another individual to have to file paperwork on if shit comes up.
Haha, man, you're responsible for everything I blow up too.
Just don't blow anything up. Don't blow anything else up.
I don't have any explosives. I'm
Can
more
take.
of
I
a
don't.
in
He
your
does.
face.
I actually do not at the moment. I used them all.
And you blew
Yep,
up a plateau. You have terraformed this planet.
not the first time.
Oh,
I'll
that
get
was
more.
y'all up with the plateau. Okay.
You weren't here for the plateau bit.
He just knows.
I thought Holiday would have told me.
No, the holiday told you this. He had no idea
I
about
thought he
any of
would have.
this.
Oh, okay.
No,
Never mind.
no, this was before anybody contacted him. Like I said, he was just contacting you to help some people, help them out some. He had
That's
no
Yeah.
idea about the events on Dathomir.
It's fine. It can be changed from a question to a different question of you blew up a plateau, or
There
just
we go.
redact.
But
Yeah, this group seems to have a knack for blowing things up. I heard they once blew up a building in the middle of Horizon. And we tried to
I
blow up
think
a
Billy
space
told me that
station.
when he got here. When I
That
first talked to him.
that was before. Nah, that was before I joined.
Not before I joined
Ah,
as well. I just heard about it.
heard about what? Wait, which bit?
Allegedly.
Sorry.
Blowing up buildings in Coruscant. This group.
Oh, buildings. Okay. I was going to say there's a very particular explosive incident you have no way of knowing, and they make sure of that. I had to make sure we were keeping to that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. It's good.
A lot of things blown up.
So, yeah, a lot of things blow up.
All right. You guys are signing him out, getting him out. You're going through and getting everything finished up paperwork wise, getting your equipment back. Watching
shows
one
me
person just sit there going, like kind of like leading, and with the heavy of the shield, there's a lot of weight. Like,
may I take it from you, sir? You're having a little trouble there.
he just plings it onto the table already, like I said, so it's there.
He's just gonna
Oh yeah.
lift it with relatively ease and just.
Yeah.
Oh hey, Nehemiah, I'm gonna need one of those too.
You want it? What? What?
I just read that. I just read the desk, and I pictured Eva going, "What?" and just slamming hands out of the desk, like, "Why?"
To block shots. Why else would you have a shield? To provide cover for yourself and others behind it.
You
Well,
don't
this is
have
actually
to
better.
look into that. Right. I do
How
guns,
rare is this
not
metal?
shields.
Your metal, fairly so.
Yes.
Like, it's not an easy occurrence. You went through some high-paced, high-risk jobs to get this material. You almost died like 4 times alone.
I don't need an exact
Oh.
one like that. Just give me a shield along somewhere when you're making shot.
Well, this one's. I don't know if you're saying this one. It's a fairly unique property to it.
I lost all my stuff with unique property. I really gotta look back into getting those.
How unique is unique? It's not blow up a city unique, is it?
How much do you know about
Be
kurtosis?
sure.
All
Say it
right.
again?
How much do you know about kurtosis?
Just to
At every corner, we
get
keep
into
going to
this. You
rambling.
guys keep getting into rambling. That's why I'm gonna try to like. Where are we heading to? I don't want to be rude, but I also know how you guys get for rambling, and we will literally sit here for hours.
We
He
are
was asking
having
how rare it was, so I was asking how much. What do you know about kurtosis?
I assume we were just talking while we were walking back to the ship to go meet up
Alright.
with everyone else.
That's fine.
Kurtosis. This
And back to
is-
zip. Make your lore check or technology check as you guys walk back
Lore.
to the ship. And on the way,
17.
29.
Billy, you've heard the name. You vaguely remember it being very durable, like durable as hell. That's probably about it here.
Heard it for
29.
some expensive things, that's about it.
29. You would also know cortosis is a material that was used to help counter lightsabers, as in a solid piece of it would literally cause to disrupt the containment field of a lightsaber, cause it to splutter and flicker off for a little while. Spread across the shield like this, it probably wouldn't do that, but it would definitely stop it from just cutting through.
Kurtosis. Wait, kurtosis. How did
Cortosis.
you... Kurtosis?
Cortosis.
How'd you get your hands on a material like that?
Long,
Come down about a
complicated,
couple
and
times.
deadly.
I got tired of fighting a lot of force users. This helps a lot.
I just shot him.
This is happening on the ship now. You guys have made it back.
Shooting is usually the easier option.
So,
I'm just
And that's why I
taking
got
one
this.
shot.
Pulls out the
on
revolver.
as you guys are trying to get onto the station, you're going to get waved down by Kura. Like, well, waved down. I say he just kind of like walks up and tap on one of your shoulders. The Night Mother would like me to inform you that in 2 days' time they will have the ritual for the dream ready.
Are we to be there or just
I
wait?
cannot currently find the lady who is supposed to be going through it. You are part of her team. I informed you.
Very well. Thank you. Anything else of like where, or is it just find you and you'll take us there?
Find me and I'll take you there, or meet at the central tower.
Thank you. I'll let her know.
And he just turns around and heads out.
Wait, 2 days and at morning, night.
Evening.
2 days from now, as he's walking off,
What time is it?
towards the evening.
Okay.
Open comms with Johnny. Hey Johnny, do you know where Sorsha is?
Yes.
Where?
Question. Why are you
Sorsha,
asking
where are
me
you?
when you could contact Sorsha?
She might be asleep.
She
If
must be
so,
asleep. I
other
still
voice in me
need to
head.
her comms.
I don't think that I'd really want to wake her at the moment, especially now she has a weird ritual thing that's supposed to be happening eventually. Any word on that?
Yeah, it's 2 days from now.
Oh, cool.
That's why I thought to contact you.
I'm
and
sure
find
she'll
her.
be glad to hear that information.
And we gotta show her our new friend, who looks like he will be great at shoving a giant sword through those asshats.
She may be glad to hear that information.
No, it's just a duster. He's not even wearing a shirt underneath it at all.
So if he's going to be added to the party, then I need to run around, grab a couple comms, get them all nice and securityed up, and then share along with them. I'll probably have that prepared by the time you guys get back to the ship.
He's even got a 6-shooter like I used to have.
Nima, your gun has, to my knowledge, not exploded. Job complete.
Make your arms tech check while we're at it, I guess. I should have you roll that.
Okay, cool. He gave me an inspiration before he left, and I'm assuming that she got to the job.
I'll let it
quickly.
apply. I'll let it apply.
Dice roll, go. D8, go. All right. So
Did you net one?
no, I did not.
I don't think it's physically possible for you to fail terribly otherwise, so it's just
I
a
have
matter of
broken the new boundary of height. Because the D8 gave me an 8. Do you even want me to share the number, or do we just want to go along?
Just say the number. Why not?
Sure. 19 plus 13 for 32 plus 8, 40. I 40'd his rifle.
You did so good, you blew up his rifle.
Damn it. I fucked it up.
But you made an easy 40 rounds in the hour they've been, like in the hour or two they've been gone.
I imagine the blueprint's just in there, and they shouldn't be too hard to machine, I imagine, right?
No, that was the main part. It was just the number of. The largest part of it was
Getting a
making around
model
and
that
testing
works.
it effectively and finding which one worked.
So I'm just
Once you
gonna
did, it was relatively easy to pump out.
set those to machine for a bit.
I'm gonna ask how many you'd like to have built,
Well,
because
assuming
you have a little bit of automation you can do.
yeah, assuming that this is going to what? Myself, Sorsha, Nima, Billy, that's 4 people. 200's the low end, so let's make it what divides by 3? 30, 320?
320.
That divides by 4 into 80.
I will have that denoted from your materials as it's processing now. And Packet is helping. Just to put out here for everybody watching, Packet is helping with the optimization process, as he can literally sit there and do all kinds of fun stuff because AI.
Yeah.
Hey, Johnny.
Yo.
If Nima can't, can you work on making a bigger one of those?
He's really the weapons guy. What do you mean by bigger one? Because this thing looks like it's designed for optimal range.
Bigger bullet.
Johnny, you're smart enough to know 600
That's-
feet or this setting is a hell of a shot, so this thing is going an outrageous distance already.
Uh-huh. I might be able to posit something to Nima that you might have to, like, set up, but that's about it. Sorry, I can't think of anything at the moment.
Look, you've already seen me carry a mobile platform weapon. We can work something out. But, you know where Sorsha is? We gotta go find her.
Yeah, she's probably
I kind of just
asleep.
asked that question.
You know, I'm actually really
Awesome.
curious. Where is Sorsha right now? You got the village, you got the hut, you guys have your back, like your dorm basically. You have the ship and the bed you bought. You have
Before
the
you
cafe on
respond.
here. You have the like pseudo cafe stockades for the Sentinel. There's places you could be that makes sense for you
I want to
Entire
believe that
swamp.
Sorsha's just been in her bed this whole
Asleep.
time.
on the
Boom!
Yeah,
ship. Just
she's
in
on
the
the
ship.
ship in
Yep.
her comfy bed that she spent a lot of money on.
That's what I was thinking too, but I thought I'd point out the rest. You guys don't know.
I don't need the force, I'm psychic.
Calm Sorsha. Hey, Sorsha, are you awake?
I'm assuming it's like on the floor or somewhere else.
We
Is that
got
probably
someone.
right?
Yeah, it's in the
We
corner.
We got someone you might like to meet. He's got fur.
But, like I
I
said,
think it may.
she's
There is
getting
no answer.
she's getting a
think-
communicator ready for the new party, and then she's gonna go in there and deal with Sorsha whenever they get here and get the item traded off. It
I'm
is
just gonna have a like a tinker check, just courtesy one basically for the communicator.
sure it is heading into midnight, but the dream thing does sound like a nice cinematic. If we could make it there, I would like that to be the end point of the session.
I have an endpoint in mind.
Yeah. Okay. Didn't roll very high, so 19.
It's a communicator. That's more than enough.
Yeah. What's to get
You
here?
guys are doing.
Here you go. I bet Sorsha's in her bed. Do 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 do. Knock knock. Actually, no. When is her thing supposed to be?
2 days from now is what they
Right.
said.
Okay. So you can tell her. But just to tell you, that'll give her an opportunity to hide. So you can leave that out, and we can just make new friend. Chani, by the way, what's your name?
Pardon me. It's Valier.
Valier? Valier?
Valier. Sorry, this is actually my normal voice. Picked up a bit of a twang the last planet I was on.
Oh, that's fine. It's hardwired into him, so I understand.
Mine, it comes and goes.
You know, it's
I know
weird.
the voice doesn't match the build.
I wasn't actually programmed like this. It just kind of happened.
Interesting.
I wonder if we can fix that.
So she's in her room. You can go say hi, and then you can either tell her about her thing in a couple days, or not. Either way.
You make a good point, Johnny. But at the same time, I don't really want to lie to her again.
I'm not advocating it. I'm just being realistic about what might happen.
Well, if we run from her, the message was... If we run from her, you can vouch that the message has been relayed.
Alright.
And, have it be her, and then it's all on her.
Are you waking? Are you going to her room?
I'll go knock on the door.
I'm gonna stay in my
I don't think
workshop.
that works, does it?
Workshop.
Well, you're safe in
No.
assuming that probably don't work.
No.
Yeah, there's no answer.
Yeah, we'll see her tomorrow morning. Tomorrow afternoon.
He can be
Takes
taught.
her sleep, huh?
She sleeps a lot. Like a lot.
All the time, a lot. It's best not to bother her when she's asleep.
I think she sleeps more than she's actively awake when we're not actively doing things, actually.
Sorsha lives a busy life. Don't judge her.
Look, I'd say like 1 or 2 in the afternoon tomorrow. We could easily find her in the mess hall. If she's not sleeping, she's probably eating. If it's not one of those two, she's with Chani.
Yeah.
In which case, Chani has the message to relay as well. I'm good to fast forward that.
I like to imagine Chani's been trying to actually help out and do shit, just getting heckled randomly now
By what?
by Sorsha
Uh,
with that comment. It just made me realize this shit was just random heckling.
it's not heckling. She's emotional support.
That just sounds like polite heckling, but continuing
The
on.
best kind of friendship.
The next, I'll show Velier to the mess hall then the next day.
Okay. Next day, mess hall. If you wait there long enough, you'll see Sorsha and Melinda bat.
Yeah.
Unless he's
Don't get through
ghosting
any of the
everybody.
doors.
You what?
I was asking, does he have any trouble getting through any of the doors?
I feel like you're okay for the most part.
This
'cause
is a
you're
bigger
used to
ship.
dealing with them.
They're just kind of just ducking through them.
Yeah, you're kind of used to dealing with doors. You've done it your whole life.
Trying to shove you on a
Well, I mean,
stealth
like,
ship may
I
be
was saying-
difficult.
That's a
mostly
whole
is he having to
different
duck.
ballgame.
It was mostly if he's having to duck through most doors.
A good couple of them, yeah.
You look like a big boy. I don't know if I actually have enough food here for you. I don't know if they're rationing it out or what the deal is there.
Oh, that's fine.
That Star Wars had
Sorsha?
food replicator stuff.
Yeah, it did. There is a part man, part horse in the mess hall with Billy.
Oh my goodness.
Just a duster.
She's gonna go up and she's gonna pet him.
Where?
And you
What are
must
you?
be Sorsha.
What are you?
Centurion? Chironian? Gotta pick some.
Caronian.
Chironian.
I didn't
This
know you
here-
were horse people.
This here's our new partner.
Is this when we learned that Sorsha's a horse girl?
Sorsha's an animal girl. She likes animals. Did you
Do you
not
know?
remember the Wookiee?
You knew about that,
He
but
now
that's slightly different.
he too now has a grudge against the Darksiders, and can shove a giant greatsword through their abdomens and other bodily parts. He'll fit right in.
Important. He too is shirtless.
And he too is
No.
shirtless.
He's
We
got a
got rid of
duster.
one to
What
have
clothes does he
another.
have?
Well,
duster.
he's got a duster.
If I wear a shirt, it's just gonna rip.
We got rid of one just to have another one.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow afternoon, you got a appointment with the Night Mother for the dream thing.
Mm,
Right, sounds like you get more sleep.
do I have to do that?
Oh, by the way,
It's
I'm using that thing every day.
Told me.
it's kind of really important to help us, because if they can figure out stuff, we can figure out stuff, and then we can go murderize them
But
and
I
rid the guild.
just really don't like her.
Yep. Sorsha, not a lot of people like this planet or the inhabitants.
I got shot
But
down on my way in.
yeah, he got shot down on the way in. We don't know what's up with that yet still. But come on now. The quicker we get this over with, the quicker we can get out of here.
She's mean.
Is she's mean or shield me?
She's mean.
Sorry, little deaf. Sorry.
So, unless anybody else has anything else, we will skip forward until one day later and in the evening.
Did we manage to get... Okay, real quick. Nima, for your rifle. Are you happy with the prototype? Can we machine a couple copies yet?
I haven't tested it out yet.
Can we do this relatively
2
quickly?
days.
You can test it a little bit at the firing range during your day and stuff there, yeah.
I just want to have a new gun and give this new gun to other people.
I'll say
At the time.
just machining one out ain't exactly the easiest because of the custom design of it all, but he can start making one. It
I'm
is
not going
denoted
at the dream thing, am I?
that the only people allowed in for this would be Shawnee is the only other female in the group.
And while they're off doing that thing, I can just be machining copies of this rifle to potentially pass around.
Billy, what do
to
you...
other
I'm
people
just
that
curious where,
don't
if that's Nima's then, that leaves Billy and Valier. What are you guys doing?
And I am 100% taking off whenever it's time for Sorsha's thing.
Are you going with her?
Absolutely.
Then, yeah. Okay, that's what I was going to ask. But, okay, so that's those two.
There is not much that we have access to here since we're not crafters.
Help the
No, you just
crafters.
have the village and stuff. I'm just curious what you guys will be doing during this time.
Go hunting!
Heckling Nima.
Aw.
Gonna get some coffee.
Watch.
Just
Beat.
on the
Okay.
current copy of the rifle, just so you have something to do.
I'll be there with Crafter Man.
Okay.
Right, watching my coffee in hand. Need to field a new group.
Time comes. Sorsha and Shawnee. You proceed down towards... back into the base, back into their little home.
What?
Nothing. You proceed down into the base, down towards the big tiered cylinder tower they have. As you get there, waiting outside is Kura and a Night Sister. And as you guys approach, he nods and gestures to you and stands to the side, where she just says, "Follow me." and leads you inside, shutting the door behind you. And you go towards the area you were before, except just before you go off a little bit, and you start to go down.
Johnny, I really don't want to do that.
Don't think we have too much of a choice at the moment.
I don't trust these people.
That's fine and fair.
That one's looking at me.
Well, yeah, you kind of are stage whispering.
Does not seem offended by any of the accusation or anything, just leading
That's
the
'cause
way.
I know they're terrible.
As you guys go down a set of stairs, it opens up into almost like a basement level where it's a circular room. And a lot of it is filled with that bluish, kind of like lightly glowing bluish water, it feels like. Probably with the illumination styles. Filling up most of the floor with a long pathway of stone leading towards a small circular island in the middle. The number of candles and things lighting up the main center. And a small indent for her to sit. It looks like a small bit in the center for her to sit with a old-fashioned metal goblet with a glowing green liquid in it.
I'm not drinking that.
And down there already is 5 more sisters and the Night Mother. Just, it's time. Simply partake, and we will do the rest.
I have a question.
Gives you a gesture to go ahead.
What flavor is that?
Raspberry. That actually, I really want to, but it's just, that is like,
Indigenous raspberry.
I've never considered.
What does it taste like? Is it gooey?
I've never partaken of this particular draught myself.
I have a really bad texture thing.
Can you drink water?
She looks over at Chani.
Drink.
This doesn't seem like a shared thing, but I'm right here, Sorsha.
Do you have a straw?
Come on.
Don't worry, I have my own.
Oh.
She pulls one out of her pocket. It's a twirly straw.
It's a twirly straw, but I imagine it's also one of those straws that goddamn mean business, so it's super, like, large and...
It's like a milkshake straw.
Yeah.
It's very big, but it's also twirly.
Again, you notice the slightest quirk of an eyebrow before it is brought back under control.
She's going to slurp.
As Sorsha goes in to get it, you are stopped by one of the sisters and just says, stay out of the circle itself, please.
Me?
Chani,
Make sure.
you are
That
supposed to go
makes
to the
more
center
sense.
still. They let you go to the center.
That makes more sense.
You slurp it down, and it doesn't exactly taste as in something you're used to or ready for. It's there. There's no categorizing it, though.
Haha, joke's on you, it's water with green food coloring.
Exactly. Da 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 da.
It's all of us
And
emo.
you, immediately your vision starts to swim. Chani, they start chanting. and you notice a bit of the water starts to flow up along these lines from these supplies around it, and as it flows up along the lines, it starts to turn into a similar green ichor
There you go,
and flow
T-Lock.
towards Sorsha.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. And the Night Mother puts a hand on each side of Sorsha's head, and he watches a little bit of the green energy leaps from her hands before she steps back with it. And your vision goes fully black. And you're back in the swamp. But you're not in the swamp as you were before as the third person. It's more real. You can smell it. The putrid, just rotting decay of most swamps coming up. You can always feel the ground give. You are there surrounded by them. And even though you're there, you can tell they don't see you, they're not interacting with you. Right now, they're just kind of silently there in a solemn, somber moment. Now, this dream sequence is going to be a bit different. You are allowed to stop and accelerate and walk around and ask questions for this one.
You want Sorsha? You want Sorsha to ask questions?
You're allowed to ask me questions of like what you want to look for or some such.
No one explained to Sorsha what she should have been even looking for.
At what point do you wish to be in this dream you had? There was here at the start. There was outside the ziggurat and inside the ziggurat as the major spots. Where do you wish to be?
Well, I don't remember any of the dreams, so
Just run it back.
just run it back, man.
Alright, as a reminder of the dream, since you were there, and we are in this mode, you started outside here with a very solemn, somber tone to everybody. They're preparing themselves mentally and physically for something extreme. The next one was outside the ziggurat as they had started forward and progressing. They were fewer in number. They were beaten up. A lot of them were injured. Who you know as Aegis was at the front, a little more worn, but nothing compared to a lot of the other people there. Uniform standing out, muddied, splattered, blood on people, a number of other issues. But they were still proceeding forward. The last major sequence of the dream was you inside of this ziggurat in a crumbling, tumbled, decrepit ruin of a chamber, with Aegis walking forward towards what looked like a kind of more husky body. It's very worn, old, dried, and reaching down to move it. And when he moved it, a dark, shadowy force entity figure, something weird, came out of it and went at him. And that is where it blocked out last time. Where would you like to be? What would you like to do?
Well, first of all, pause so I can write stuff down, because I'm so slow.
I'm just going to mention that whenever this happened, looking over at the Discord thing, I slowly saw everyone else's mic just mute, like one after another. It was a little ominous.
It was. They knew the assignment.
It's like, it's planned.
I'm
She
out
gotta
with my
do
dogs
story.
right now.
She
Fair.
got to do story things. It's her story thing. I mean, she can do.
Okay.
And then Thaddeus muted, who normally doesn't even talk anyway. So it's just like nail in the coffin.
He's just doubling down to
Brain
make
stuff
sure.
means I can't potentially bang something. Interrupt.
I'm curious while we sit here waiting. What's Johnny's view on what's happening right now?
Man, this is certainly Force stuff. I really hope I don't have to kick an old lady.
I respect that mental image.
Okay,
Alright, where would you like to be?
the beginning.
The very beginning is just back to the beginning. And they're all still standing there, paused, frozen, about to set out. What would you like to know? What would you like to look at?
Do I see someone that might look like a captain?
Aegis.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think out of all of them, Aegis looks to be the one in charge. They don't even need to have a role for that.
Can I see what uniforms they're wearing?
Older Sentinel outfits.
Yeah,
Long
say that
since
bit was
phased
there.
out.
You guys identified it a little bit back with Favome. That was about 45 years ago, I believe. Is when 45 years ago is when this outfit went out of service. There was a stretch of about 4 years or so where this was used.
Can I see maybe like another army in the distance?
Make a perception check. You have advantage.
$19.
19. Off in the distance, you see the top of the ziggurat poking out of the trees. And you could swear amidst the forest, not forest, the wooded bits of the swamp, some of the bits that you could see through the clearing, shadowy imprints of people or other just humanoid races. Some of them look vaguely dissipated. And every time you look too close at one, there's nothing really there exactly.
Elaborate on that.
You're getting, as you're walking across, like you flicker across, you catch things out of the corner of vision, or as you speed through, like you just scan across, you catch little tidbits. You'll see it then, but then when you focus hard on it, you're not really finding anything where you were focusing hard on. You're getting, it's like glances, like corner of your eye visions of the sights of these things.
Of people?
Of shadowy imprints of people, with a lot of them either of varying degrees of solidity of an actual shape to very dissipated. With that, you would also get the 19, you'd also get a very pervasive, sickening wrongness and a mass of angry emotion. A lot of anger, fear. So you could also pick up a fair bit of just nervousness and anxiety from the collection of sentinels here as well.
Can I ask the soldiers questions?
You do try to do that. You don't seem to be able to directly speak to people. This is still a vision, a dream, a vision of the past.
Can I mess with them?
Minorly, you notice you can move clothing just a tiny bit. If it's something you'd be able to see or just barely see, you can adjust a bit, but you can't actually fully move much.
I'm gonna give Aegis a little slap.
Just
a
it catches for just a split second before it just kind of moves through how to put this? You know that liquidy cornstarch putty that as you move through it slowly, it's that odd consistency.
Yeah.
That.
Weird. Aegis is goo man.
He does look human.
That's not what I said.
Has a healthy tan.
I said he was a goo man.
Oh, I thought you said he looks human. Does look human. Has a healthy tan though.
Healthy tan. Ha! Laughs in vampire.
He wants to suck your blood. Blah 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 blah.
Okay, next stage.
So outside the ziggurat.
Yeah.
Okay. You just zoom rapidly through the wooded forest and stuff, occasionally still catching those glimpses of imprints of people almost. And you're outside the ziggurat now, frozen in all the time.
This is really hard considering I don't know what I'm even supposed to be looking for.
Just wing it.
Consider it from this way of, what's something you want to know about him? What all could you just dig for him? Anything that you want to. It's very open-ended, I realize, and it could cause the choice paralysis, but this is a very open-ended scenario.
I mean, I could mention something that would set her on a path, but I don't want to.
Is there any better look of like an ominous threat now that we're by the ziggurat? Besides like the little.
Make another advantage perception check.
$17.
Now that you're at the ziggurat, that wrongness you felt earlier has intensified greatly. And it almost feels, before it was like a collection, like a mass of emotions of this, of just ick, basically, right? Now it feels more like an entity. A presence rather than just a washed over collective.
I can't tell where it's coming from.
The ziggurat.
Oh. Can I see if Aegis has like a name tag? Soldiers normally have name tags. Like
Rifle through his
anything on his
pockets.
arm, like a patch, a rank.
Okay. At the moment, you don't see one. But you also have very minimal adjustments of things.
What about any of his crew? Can I see what unit or anything they were in?
Absolutely. I'm just going to generalize and say you can write down a badge and unit. You can write down a badge and you look at one of them like has a patch above it with a different unit number to it.
Do I know what the unit number is?
I'm just going to say you have it because
Because otherwise he has to
I
make
have to
make it
string off.
up
I have to
and
string off a large list of numbers for you, and it's just easier to let you have the unit number and say you have that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Convenience sake for both me and you. You grab someone who looks fairly important and is addressing him at the moment outside. And write theirs down.
Usually it's
You have
common.
you have a higher passive. You'd notice there's not just one. There's a couple, like maybe 2 or 3 different unit numbers. You get the feeling this was a bigger squad put together for this. So just write down the 3 different unit numbers. And Aegis himself does not have a unit.
Usually on battlefields like this, it's common for soldiers to bring something from home. Do I see anything that he could have brought from home?
Are you asking like if he has a memento?
Yeah. Like a letter in his back pocket or like a little pin.
It's hard to see, but around one of his wrists, he has what looks like it should be a what's the term here? A necklace or a lock, like a necklace, full necklace that's wrapped around a time or two around his wrist, hanging, and like trying to figure what I would think what it would be here. That's the description for how to do this easy. You do this well.
It's half of a BFF necklace.
Yeah, it's half of a BFF necklace. It's like the heart, the little jagged line up the one side.
Yeah.
It looks like a what's the words? They're abandoning me. A shield, but the front of it has emblazoned on a hilt, and it's tucked up. Like it should hang some, but it's tucked up inside the chain to keep it close to his wrist. But it looks like a filigreed shield with a hilt to something emblazoned on the front, or like a sword or a lightsaber hilt.
Mm. Is his eye color and his hair color the same?
Hair color is the same. Eye color is not. Eye color is a like cloudy, very very cloudy blue. His eyes currently are very aggressive yellow.
Are there any dogs?
Dogs?
Yeah.
No.
No dog to pet?
No dogs or pets here.
Aw.
You see somebody detaching what looks like a weird leech entity from their legs, like a bit of like a slightly oversized leech. That's about the only
Gross.
animal you're seeing.
Oh, can I tell what planet it is? Would Sorsha
No.
know that? It's just a swampy
In
planet?
this instance, this is not a planet Sorsha would be aware of.
But you can keep
It's just a
track
swampy
of
planet.
plants and animals.
Shh, you.
It is a swamp.
It is a swamp.
What kind of swamp? A swampy swamp?
Even a swamp has a normal amount of healthiness to it. This swamp doesn't. Like everything else here, it's past due, basically. It's dead, it's decaying. Nothing about this planet has given you any instance or inkling of a healthy life or life type or life form of anything.
Can I sense that it's a negativity in the force that's
Yes.
causing this?
Absolutely, yes. Whatever happened here is rippling through the force to you.
But there's no animals around at all?
No.
Just the nasty leech?
Just the nasty leech. You see one soldier prying off of his leg.
Are there any flowers?
No.
What color is the sky?
A muted, like clouded gray where you can see the sun trying to shine through slightly, but very slightly, just enough to kind of give you a bit of light to see by.
And this is this more of a traditional swamp or is it more of like what color is the swamp? Is it more of a traditional or is it more like Dathomir where it's not?
Dathomir has a sense of life and health to it.
I just mean color wise. Like
So I
because
was getting,
Dathomir has like the red tone to
yeah.
it.
You know, very like withered brown and blackish on a lot of plants that are in a undying swamp.
Yeah.
That.
Is there any sign that says "Welcome to such and such"?
Oh, absolutely. You see right there above, emblazoned on the archway. Nothing. There's no sign.
Stay
You
too
do
long in the screen
see
swamp.
you do see something that would constitute as writing, maybe, but it is in absolutely no language you would understand.
Sweet, sweet.
Make an intelligence check, Sorsha.
Hold on.
Okay.
I was making sure I didn't grab perceive language.
Comprehend language. That'd be useful.
What am I doing? Making an intelligence check?
Just make an intelligence check right now. I want to see if it connects up because this has been a long time.
4.
Nope. You get a sense of familiarity about the ziggurat slightly, but that's it.
Okay, good inside.
Inside. Inside is one of the more animated ones. We're going to start at the very beginning of it before he's touched the body when he's still over it. And you'll have to progress this as you wish to. Where he is the lone figure in the middle of the room with a few straggling, heavily injured sentinels in the back, up against the walls or out of the way. And he's standing over a husk of a body.
Can I sense if Aegis has a negative force power right now or a positive?
Like his presence?
Yeah.
Make an insight check with advantage.
$29.
29. Aegis himself to you would radiate that blue feeling, that feeling of light. A very strong, fortified feeling. But the husk radiates a familiar red and broken feeling. They're both right there, and you 29 would let you see it as well. Not the same, mind you, but definitely similar. Aegis almost has a sense of satisfaction isn't the right term, but the feeling of you've done it finally. Like you've completed a major,
That would be
impressing
pride.
and important task. I know satisfaction is one term for it. It doesn't quite grasp how he feels it. It's like a sense of duty and an accomplishment.
Is that not pride?
Not quite in this, I don't think.
I'm writing it down as pride.
Oh, just
What color are the husk's eyes?
the husk does not have eyes.
Ew.
This is a husk. There's matter or mass there, but it's shriveled into the socket and retreated back towards the edge of it.
So can I tell if this husk kind of looks like the thing that attacked our sleeping friend in his dream?
Oh, the big
Yeah.
nothing.
No,
No.
not even
This
a
would
sim.
like at height with its current bone setup, basically.
Yeah.
You'd guess mid 5 foot ranges. That thing was easily halfway through the 6 foot ranges.
Not even a similar presence.
You didn't really get a presence of that guy.
Touche. Okay.
Make another intelligence check or wisdom check. I'll allow in this case.
14.
It doesn't feel like the one guy, the big disfigured guy from the dream, because you never got a force presence off of him. It does, however, feel similar, not the same, but similar to what Aegis currently felt like when you tried last time. And Count described it to you. Like it would still feel like a different person, but the signatures of the heavy corruption of red and that broken feeling are still there.
Okay, fast forward.
How far? Because remember,
I
he had this whole animated bit of where he was there, reached down to do something, and then was reacting as the shadow launched out.
I would like to see him right when the Shadow Man like comes out.
As it's launched out, as he had curled, like bent over to shuffle and shift it, he is throwing himself back, like ripping the lightsaber hilt out. The like pendant flapping a little bit from the jagged motion of it all. He has a look on his face of immediate panic. And now that you're sitting closer to it, this presence does feel vaguely. What does it feel vaguely? It feels alive. It feels like that entity you felt outside the ziggurat, but more intensified and condensed here.
So was that coming from the husk?
That's the entity, the shadowy thing that launched out of the husk at him. You can almost make out like almost like the upper half of a torso launching out, with a hand reaching forward towards him. What would you like to look at?
I can't make out what the Shadow Man looks like at all.
He's such a dried, shriveled. Remember the mummy when it first popped out? Like a mummy pops out, how it's like that dry, dusty feeling under the
Yeah.
bandages usually portrayed.
Yeah.
Kind of like that.
Hmm. Now that I'm in the zebra, do I see any markings?
On the walls?
Yeah.
Yes. Are you looking? Make a perception check with advantage again. This whole dream aspect was made to help you examine it. So effectively, you're currently getting assistance from all of the Night Sisters of the Night Hunter.
24.
You see a number of things that don't make any kind of sense to you, like there's writing and all that doesn't make sense. There's some slight, almost hieroglyphic Egyptian style markings on the wall of people. A lot of them are gathered around this large cauldron-looking device. At one point, and you see images of people going in, and then coming out, and they just have like lines coming off of them to denote something.
Would Sorsha be able to draw this when she wakes up? Or
Potentially.
like something similar?
Potentially.
So it's people standing around a cauldron?
It starts out with a number of people gathered around, almost like huddled, like maybe like a ritual or something of the sorts, and they have a person lead into it, and they're doing something around it, praising or some such, and then somebody's leaving it. That person's leaving it, and when they're leaving it, they have like a lot of lines coming out from them to denote something. Like, you know how like old depictions of things where they're like a holy being with light coming off of it.
Yeah, so it looks like they're worshiping this thing?
Or worship may not be the right term, but they're definitely gathered around it, all participating in something. There's no like down on your knees worshiping motions, but they're all actively doing something, it seems.
Well, you don't have to be on your knees to worship, but
But it gives you the good notion of there's no common practices or views of worship happening in it.
I've been awake way too long for this shit.
You're in the right state of mind for weird dream stuff then. You rolled a 24 perception, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else you would like to do?
Could Sorsha try to remember something that she sees that could show what language it is?
Try to like remember like a line of script.
Yeah. Even though she can't read it.
That'll be
but
something you can do. Like that, you're trying to commit to memory. Later on, when you try to rewrite it, we might have like a wisdom bit, but this is here to help you remember, so you definitely have a strong chance of getting it down. The only reason it's iffy there is just a line of script from a foreign language is kind of challenging. But the answer is most likely. I have to ask, are you doing it from near the cauldron or elsewhere in the room? The cauldron iconography and imagery. Or elsewhere.
I'm assuming I'm trying to do it near like the man that has the squiggles.
Okay. Write down where you're pulling from, please.
Does it look like there's a cauldron in this room?
Near the center of the room, there's not a cauldron. There's almost like an indent in the ground, like a basin or something like the bottom of one might have sat.
Is everybody dead?
No. Aegis is alive, and a few members against the wall are alive, but heavily wounded.
Okay.
And a lot of them are like lunging forward, like trying to lunge forward to help as they just threw himself backwards from this.
Can I slap the shadow man?
You want to touch the Shadow Man?
I don't think I should touch the shadow man.
On the
It's
list
there.
of things, slapping the ghost. I respect it.
Do I have anything on my dream person?
Your general clothes, but nothing like a lot of gear, like guns or weapons or any of that, just didn't really come with you. But you just have your clothes and stuff.
I don't want to touch the thing. Because he seems very suspect.
Rightfully so.
Okay, let's go to the inhaling the ghost man.
This is where it ended last time.
Oh,
Do you want to push?
yeah, I want to see him inhale the ghost man.
Make a
There we go.
charisma check. Straight charisma.
You're not
You do
supposed
not
to
have
fail this one.
You do have advantage on this. Oh shit, this is a lot different. Normally she just rolls the same dice twice. She's actively getting different dice now.
Eh.
15.
15.
Yeah.
Could be better. Could be worse.
Yeah.
Thankfully, you have 7 powerful force empowered individuals helping you here.
You can call them witches. That's what they are.
In this case, yeah, they are witches. You reach the edge of the dream, like where yours cut off, and it starts to try to black out. And you force it to stay. You do take 10 psychic damage. As Sorsha. Giving her a moment to write.
What does Chani see?
Chani, you have been standing here for nearly 2 hours. And Sorsha is currently starting to leak a little bit of blood from under one of the closed eyes.
Ow. Hopefully not
Intervening
my
now
good
may be
eye.
a terrible idea. Let's hold off on
You
that.
may be right. It is not a heavy stream, it's a small trickle still. And it's good to note that the witches are starting to tire. Whatever just happened when that surged and something surged and hit them hard, they are starting to tire rapidly suddenly.
I provide emotional support to the region. You laugh, but
Make-
you know I say shit like that and then
make-
stuff happens.
An insight and a perception check, please.
Sure.
Not
Me?
you.
Never mind.
Insight and perception?
Yes, both are still at advantage. Remember, your insight cannot be below an 8 on the die.
I rolled 2 2s.
So 8 plus or whatever, you can call that your insight.
Then 18.
Okay.
And another 24 for perception.
Okay. It creeps forward slowly. And this whole time you can feel it's trying to close, it's trying to end. This dream is trying to stop. And you're powering through as best as you can. And you watch as the saber in slow motion ignites, filling out the plasma erupting, lightning cackling, like the high electricity cackling a tiny bit as it goes. And he swipes through the shadow. And you see a temporary look of relief as it like billows out into 2 pieces almost. And it starts to have a sigh almost before it back together and buries itself into his chest. At which point he loses grip on the saber. And you can feel that blue that he was before. That wonderful, glowing, warming blue. Start to seep and crack as this insidious, malevolent red tentacles through, shattering this person. And the noise of screaming begins. People are trying to rush from the edge of the cavern towards him. And as he's flailing, that bit of the locket comes loose, flies up high to more. And as the vision in the blackness starts to creep in, seeping in, with just you and him left in this room finally, and the locket hits up and twirls. You see it inscribed on the back.
Can you hold on for a sec?
Yes, I can. I can pause here.
He got until his aura got taken over, and then
It was a creeping, insidious redness, that shattered, broken red seeping through, breaking this warmness, right? And as it did, he threw hands up, grabbed the head, and started to flail. But as he screamed in pain of whatever was happening, and people tried to rush from the corners, and but you don't get to see what happens there as the blackness starts to just start creeping in and isolating, removing most of the room, till it's just you and him left, and a little bit of that inky blackness starting to seep in, and even part of you starting to go with the blackness now. And tell me when you are ready.
So it's just me and Aegis now?
It's just you and Aegis now, and even you're starting to dissipate. Ready? And as this pendant on his wrist is twirling and flowing, you watch and you see between the cracks of his fingers over his face that cloudy blue starting to seep and be pilfered by a aggressive, horrid yellow. And you see an inscribement on the back of the shield pendant that says, devoted to be an Aegis to those who can't fight. My dearest,
Repeat.
devoted to be an Aegis to those who can't fight or protect themselves. My dearest Toza Khan. And your vision is gone. And that is where we will call tonight's session.
Will you spell his name?
Yes. Toza space Kan.
Anything before I end the recording?
I think that's it for tonight.
All right. We're out. Till next time.